Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Watch
of hell. Maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next. Tell your very last. Yeah. Pull up to the spot with the squad. Let the bass drop. Laser on the up. Brought the truck. This a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all. Hit 'em talk. Let 'em take shots. 007 on the block. Keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad. Let the bass drop. Laser on the up. Brought the truck. This a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all. Hit 'em talk. Let 'em take shots. 007 on the block. Keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree. I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slimming slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bah, 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 yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bah. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Run it up, can you keep up? Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, call Pelo. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slimming slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slimming slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, again. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. They're ticking away.
Alright, let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up the score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste.
I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on fire. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of...
Hello everybody and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. We're past the point in the tournament where we're playing puny best of threes. We're on to the best of fives now with the lower final to decide who is going to be playing up against BBL Pacific in the grand final tomorrow. But that's all for a little bit later. For now, I'm Twiggy and I'm joined today not by MP but by Hazza. How are you doing, brother?
Look, it's always a pleasure to share the desk with you, Twiggy, and I would not rather be in any other place than heading into a best of five, of course. Look, we're right at the end of the gauntlet now. Some big games coming up and a big test for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think so. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday to lead us here. Another elimination game to decide who was getting into this one. Of course, starting with Focus versus Movistar Koi Phoenix. And I mean, look, this game was absolutely brilliant. We have had no lack of amazing matchups here because things are staying close, right? And I think that Movistar Koi Phoenix game and that performance was just so good to get them into this stage. But they're going to have a difficult matchup today because Enterprise Esports really put up a fight after that first map against BBL Pacific.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the situation that we're at now. Top 3. You're looking at ascension points being a big factor here. Every playoff game worth at least 1, grand final worth an extra 4. And for Movistar Koi Fenix, it's about taking away as many of those as possible. They're also looking for their own promotion to VCT, but that's from the academy system into the main roster. We've already seen Monster be able to do that ahead of stage 2. And for the rest of these players, it's a platform for them to prove themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, look, that last game the other day was great, and it does lead us into, I think, what could be a amazing best of 5 today, because Enterprise Esports versus Movistar Koi Fenix is a game that I've kind of wanted to see this whole time, and I was really hoping that we would get to see it over this one. And not only are we going to be seeing it, we're going to be seeing it over a best of 5, so up to 5 maps that we may be seeing between these two today, which is absolutely brilliant. We get to see that map pool, we get to see how teams are prepared against each other, because I think we've been waiting to see these two teams. So let's start off with our home ground. You know, obviously, you know, they have their own stream over there with the Koi Fenix, so we'll yap for a little bit about Enterprise Esports, the representatives from Northeast, the first Northeast team to get into the playoffs of EMEA Challengers, and doing well of it so far. They've secured at least 3rd position.
Yeah, I think they will feel a little bit disappointed with the performance yesterday, not being able to steal away the win from BBL Pacific, because ultimately that's what you're looking at. A team which have felt invincible so far this year, undefeated in best of 3s and 5s, and Enterprise for the 2nd tournament in a row, the only team outside of Turkey in stage 1 to take a map from them, and the only team at all this stage to have won one, that being Lotus. It will factor into the veto later on, but then just slipping away right at the end of the series on split, when it looked like, you know, they had a 6-1 lead, they were in a brilliant position, and just maybe not quite having that extra 10%.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, I mean, when you start a series off with such a floor wipe against you, it's difficult to get back into things, but it was impressive that they managed to win out that 2nd map, and a big part of the reason I think that they managed to do that was one player in, well, it wasn't one player in particular, but we'll look at one player in particular, because if we went through all 5 of them, it would take us quite a long time. So we'll take a look at Keyless here for, I think, you know, we've highlighted some impressive stats from this guy, and definitely consistent, I think, is the most important thing. But when you look down there, we're looking at that clutch stat.
Coming into this team, a project created by Zeke, the word that he used to describe Killers, the certain je ne sais quoi, was that he's a pillar, and that's what he brings to the team. He's a foundation. He couldn't quite pinpoint what it was exactly that he has, you know, an abundance of, but I think we've seen that come through in the clutches here, and just the amount of key rounds that he's able to pick up that kept them going on Lotus, that map win that they did find against BBL Pacific. At that time in the series as well, when they needed to recover from what you mentioned to be a very devastating first map loss on what otherwise I would probably say Haven, one of their stronger picks. Yeah, he's always coming up in really big situations when they need a helping hand. He's great for map control as well. There's a lot of impact to his game, and he's a player that we're going to have to be tracking throughout today in those late rounds.
Yeah, I mean, just before the show today, we were taking a look at, we were scrambling to find stats, specific stats from Keyless in terms of clutches, and we got some pretty good ones. I mean, look, 100%, this is in playoffs specifically, but 100% of 1v1s won. That's an insane stat to have. That is, you need that kind of thing, right? When you've got a Sentinel player, also obviously plays controller as well, but when you have that Sentinel player who is able to just switch sites at the end of a round when half the team has been wiped and all of the hard work has been done, and it's down to that situation where it's just 2 players left in the server, being able to have the upper hand in that situation can win you so many rounds, because so many rounds do go down to that kind of 1v1 or a 2v2 or something like that. So when Keyless is able to do that, and you can see most clutches won this event so far, we saw it in that other stat, and especially as well, look, this guy is not just good in 1v1s, 38% in the playoffs, 38% of 1v3s won. That is 3 wins and 5 losses. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the majority of those clutches came from the first series which they played in playoffs. So against Focus, another top quality team. But you have to consider here that against Koi, they have plenty of players who have the same kind of credentials in those situations. And honestly, I think Enterprise as a team, something that I did say that they were very good at before was controlling chaotic situations, something which BBL Pacific thrive off, and maybe why they are such a good direct counter to them at times. So, and also something which Koi Phoenix struggled with. I think in an ideal world, they don't want to have to rely on him, but he is there if they need him.
Well, here is Koi Phoenix. They've had a pretty difficult time of things, obviously. I mean, look, getting pushed into the lower bracket straight away because of BBL Pacific is a tough pill to swallow, but they've managed to work very well with that one. It was a tough series yesterday as well that got them to this stage, but winning out against Focus over the course of the 3 maps. And I do think this team has some exciting stuff going on, and they will be able to give Enterprise Esports definitely a run for their money. I've been super impressed by this young roster here.
Yeah, and they came in with a win streak as well, lots of confidence underneath them. Some people would potentially say that that grand final against UCAM wasn't a fair representation of the strength of their regional opponents, considering the changes that were made. But after walking away from that result against Focus in the lower bracket, responding to critics from the BBL result, I have to say I am thoroughly impressed with them. I think they've already over-delivered. The question now is, can they beat another team that does have some form, not just a Focus which I think were honestly average at best at times yesterday? Because to be honest, and I said this with Cairo, they've not looked themselves throughout the competition. Now Koi come into a game where it is, in every sense, the changing of the guard. A true old guard versus, academy roster in some senses. Sure, you've got some names that have been around here before, but it's that experience that seems to be working for Enterprise, as this is, of course, back-to-back Challengers events for them.
Yeah, for sure. I think you do highlight very well there. Obviously, Focus, we haven't seen what we would like to out of them, I don't think. And, it echoes back to Stage 1 Challengers as well, where they got to a similar stage, got knocked out right at the start of playoffs. Obviously, they were against 2 Turkish teams at that stage, and I think that was a more volatile playoffs that they were in. But this time, a large part of the reason as well why that loss happened to Focus is that players were warming up into this one from Movistar Koi Phoenix. Obviously, I think when you're against BBL Pacific, there's a kind of sense of, this is a bit difficult for us. You've got that kind of, I don't know, there's a mind block, right? You're looking at that team and you're thinking, this is the team that won last stage Challengers. They have been absolutely ridiculous. This is an Ascension team already. It's going to be too difficult to beat them. So we can take a look at Zach Kappa's stats here between that first game in the playoffs and their second game in the playoffs, where they got knocked down to the lower bracket and when they managed to beat Focus to stay in the competition. I think you can see the difference here, right? And part of that is obviously them getting shut down by an absolutely ridiculous BBL Pacific, but I think part of it is also just them feeling more confident against a team that is more to their level.
Yeah, Koi Phoenix said it themselves. They lost to themselves in that game against BBL Pacific. It was even mentioned in the post-match by Larrock. And Zach Kappa is complicit. He was also taking to socials to mention that this has been some of individually, the worst performances that he had. But it's then the response in that next game, which is everything for me. And honestly, you can even see in terms of the first kills and first deaths, while he's effectively breaking even, it's also the space that he's creating off the back of it. The fact that he can be quite versatile in his agent selections, that you're going to get a waylay from him when it's required if you're playing against a double Senti, for example. And that's the big thing for me again here. You're looking at a potential head-to-head with him and Yash. Just a slight stat that I want to mention is that he had 8 op kills versus Focus across all of the maps. And for Yash, in the 7 op kills that he had against BBL Pacific, he didn't win a single one versus Comeback, the duelist counterpart on the other side. So I think this could definitely be a chance for Zach Kappa to put some distance between the two.
Yeah, I think so. I think here's the thing, right? A lot of the success, as you kind of alluded to there, for our second team at Enterprise Esports is, it does come down to Yash having control of the map with the operator. And I do think, as you mentioned, when shut down very quickly by BBL Pacific, and, whether or not you can call that a duelist diff, it depends on the day. But when that does happen, Enterprise Esports suddenly look a little bit less kind of fiery and have a lot less of a chance of winning out maps. That 13-2, I think, demonstrates that perfectly.
I think it is also important to mention very quickly that Yash was not playing the operator on split, because that's where you've seen the slight flip with Doma now picking up the Yoru there. And again, it's something to keep tabs on, because that is a conversation that we're going to have with these best of fives, that there is a bigger map pool now to be delving into. And that ties directly to the in-game leaders and the experience that they have coming into a match of this gravity.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, we've got two very, very different IGLs coming into this one. Obviously, Pika, we've been talking about him quite a lot over the course of this, and definitely shows up in the server as well as showing up in terms of those mid-round calls. We've been talking a lot about Koi Phoenix's, you know, their counter strats, their ability to kind of read their opponent, do the preparation before they get into the server, and coming from that initiator IGL, I think it's been a really impressive look, right, for Pika, for such a young IGL coming into this one. Not a lot of experience at this kind of level. I've been heavily impressed. He'll be coming up against Starkey this time around. I mean, we were talking kind of jokingly a little bit about how he was coming up against that Redgar IGL and still managed to win it on out, but obviously a slightly different situation there. But yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a test of that metal too.
Yeah, and for Pika, it's just taking those steps one at a time, climbing the rungs of the ladder. Because up against Starkey, it's someone else who has credibility. His are a little bit more endemic to challengers, 2 DAC titles, technically a third as he was inactive on CGN pre-Ascension in 2023, and then one in Northeast most recently to lend Enterprise their first title. For Pika, he cut his teeth in the grassroots scene. This is someone who you were seeing at your Epic Lands. DreamHack Valencia, he won the first title on Spanish soil for him, and then Insomnia as well. Like, this is a guy who we know from the UK scene, but has always been someone who's been surrounded by, you know, other great minds, I think, within the space as well. When you look at his former teammates, such as Rudy now, who's crossed the pond to go to 100 Thieves, some of the coaches that he's been able to work quite closely with in the space as well. And in terms of how he set his team up, I think it has looked very good. And one of the things I was focusing on in that BBL Pacific game was, you know, and into the focus match, who's the voice, right? Who's stepping up when things get chaotic and making sure that this team is grounded? And the best answer I saw to that was them being able to turn around the Lotus game. I mean, a 10-2 half, he was coming up with clutch moments. He was also, you know, setting them up for success. That's what you need. And against Starkey, it's another great test.
Yeah, look, I mean, before we get going with the Map Veto, obviously the players getting prepared for quite a long series today. Things can get definitely very difficult for them, so we'll give them the time to get into the server. I know you wanted to take a look at another head-to-head between these two teams here with Doma and Guardy, so tell me what you were thinking picking these two to take a look at.
Well, I've not necessarily got anything written down, but for these two, I have to say the amount of impact that they've brought in general has been absolutely huge for Doma. While the graphic says that he doesn't have as many average assists as Guardy, coming out of the group stage, he was having the most impact in that. And I think the difference between how both of them play, while they are each, you know, on a breach in a lot of maps, is that for Doma, it's a lot of the time defender's side, the deep positioning that he's able to get, playing off the contact of someone else. For Koi Phoenix, they actually struggled to deal with these 1-2 setups quite a lot when they were against BBL Pacific, for example. Naturally, you sort of expect that. And into the focus game as well. But Guardy also had, you know, some ridiculous moments, also like a couple of clutches where his utility usage was superb. And between the two of them, I think it's just this quite nice story of players who have been in the scene for a while. Guardy maybe not getting the same kind of recognition, but can both, you know, on their day deliver a lot of impact for their team, and players that you've got to be looking at as part of the system that each have built.
All right, well, we are getting closer and closer to the start of this exciting series. Again, of course, best of 5 coming up for you guys. So the map veto is going to be incredibly important. I think we're just about ready to take a look at that one. But Hazard, I want to know kind of what you're thinking coming into this one. Obviously, you don't get as many bans. We could talk, we have, as a history of Valorant esports, talked so much about the difference between a best of 5 and a best of 3, but how do you think specifically for these two teams that stacks up with this one? Do you think one of them has a deeper map pool?
Yeah, and it has to be Enterprise for me. I mean, look, they have played more best of fives this year, just the one in comparison to the grand final that Movistar Koi Fenix had in Spain. Enterprise played the lower final in the first stage, and the difference from the first stage until now for them is the fact that while the graphic suggests the sort of multiple times we've seen Pearl played, they haven't shown it yet this stage. They've been banning it out every time. Sunset, you know, it is also actually a map that we have seen from them in the groups. I feel like the graphic is slightly misrepresentative here, but the wider point that I'm trying to get to is that for Enterprise, right now they have like 4 good maps in their pool. You can take them anywhere from Haven, Lotus to Ascent and Split, and that's where there is a little bit of a crossover with Koi as well. Their Lotus, their Haven, their Ascent all also look pretty good. It's when you look then later down the line towards Icebox, for example, where Koi have been rigorously banning it out and Enterprise sort of got exposed with a weaker comp that they showed there, that I do have questions. The other caveat to that is Sunset, the newest map in the pool. For Enterprise, they've shown it once, they're able to win it, albeit against the weaker Valiant side. For Koi Fenix, they keep their cards close to their chest. We are yet to see it, and that makes me wonder how much preparation they've put into it coming into this best of 5.
All right, well, we're ready to see how that will match up here, how this best of 5 veto goes for these two. So obviously 1 ban each to get things started, and then we get into, you know, the nitty gritty of can one team kind of get the map veto working for them so that they can win in 3 maps or something like that. It's Pearl and Icebox that are banned out, and I don't, well, you know what, for Movistar Koi Fenix, I didn't expect an Icebox ban immediately.
I mean, they've banned it every series that they've played so far, so it is the expectation from me at least. And now I think you are looking at most likely Haven here from Koi Fenix or Ascent. I mean, as I said, those are the 3 strong maps that both of these teams share. So this veto is front loaded. Whoever gets off to a good start is going to be the one which is trailblazing their way through this. I genuinely believe that if Enterprise start really strong, there is the potential for, you know, sort of like a 3-0-3-1 scenario.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what I was kind of alluding to a little bit earlier, right? When you have 3 maps pretty much specifically that both teams are comfortable on, it is really going to come down to that kind of I mean, we're probably not going to see many mirror matchups, but you get what I mean, the way the 2 teams play those maps, and if one team is playing better on the day, that could be done in 3 maps, because this is stuff that people are comfortable with. Sometimes you get vetoes where it goes back and forth, it flip-flops between the 2 teams, where it's just a map that one of them is really comfortable on, the other is really not comfortable on, and you just see that divide, right? You look at the game against UCAM Esports, where it was that 13-0 to start off with on Lotus. That's not the kind of thing you're going to see in a matchup like this, where both teams are comfortable on the map, and I'm sure Enterprise Esports feel the same way about that one. So we can get started with this first one here. We are now flying through this. Lotus will be our first map, no changes for anybody coming into this one, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, and while it is the pick for Enterprise, I have to say, statistically, it does slightly favor Koi. They are 8-1 this stage, both domestically and then heading into this tournament. Far and away their best map in the pool. I have to say, though, their attack side was exposed massively by Focus. Only 2 rounds picked up. That's where they start on this one. The question we're asking is, was that just nerves, or is it the indecision and sort of messy ult usage that we're going to be seeing more of here? They need to give themselves some kind of a baseline, because Enterprise have already proven that they can win this map against some of the best teams in the tournament. It was the one, of course, that they won yesterday against BBL Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing now. It gets down to this one. We're going to see how it plays out very shortly, but for Movistar Koi Fenix, I think getting this first map is going to be incredibly important with the map veto that we've got, where, again, as we mentioned earlier, both teams are comfortable with the front 3 maps. Like it's a golf course, the front 9. It's really going to come down to your how you get off the starting block, right? You need to get that first map, especially I think for Movistar Koi Fenix, who I think on paper are not the favorites to win this series, and just in terms of stats, in terms of how the 2 teams have played over the course of the tournament, how they looked against BBL Pacific as well. I do think that it's going to have to be a really strong start from Movistar Koi Fenix, and then they can start to think about getting it done in those final couple of maps. Because if you win that first map and then Enterprise win 2 more, you've guaranteed at the very least that you're going to be in a scrappy matchup on that 4th or maybe 5th map as well. So I'm excited to see how these two play. Again, a best of 5 is exactly what I want to see between two teams like this, because again, as you said, it's the old guard versus the new guard almost. That Enterprise Esports old roster, many names that you will have seen before, versus that Movistar Koi Fenix coming up from grassroots and maybe making it to the grand finals of a Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, but still, make no mistake, Koi Fenix have players who have been in best of 5s, been in grand finals before domestically. It's just that lack of interregional experience now, which we want to see tested. And with the map veto as well, the teams are going to be put in an uncomfortable situation as things drag along. And it does sort of favor Koi Fenix in a way. That map 4, we haven't seen a sunset from them yet. But as I said, the stress right now on the veto has to be Lotus at the start, because while it isn't their pick on paper, I would still say it's the better of the two when you contrast it to Haven as well. Yeah. I'm thinking about that op duel between Zach Kappa and Yash as well. That's something that we have to continue repeating here. That's maybe where they can look to take some small wins to kick things off. And they did get the side selection because they weren't the ones that picked the map. So they did double down on being that attack-sided team to kick things off. Maybe that's whether they just believe they can turn it around on the defense at the end more than anything else. But as I said before, I think they need to bag some early rounds here. They have to start strong. They can't afford to be slow in this best of 5.
All right, well, you've waited long enough, and I have tried to stall as long as possible to bless you with Hazard's presence for as long as we can get him on camera. But I think it's time now to get into our best of 5 here. So Pavlos and Winter, please take it away.
Definitely an exciting match ahead. A best of 5, which will decide who will be BBL Pacific's contender in the grand finals. Enterprise, the mature, the tenured. But then again, Koi Fenix, they're the new kids on the block who just don't give a damn.
Yeah, and we were talking about expectations before coming into this one. The expectation and all the pressure has to be on Enterprise coming into this. Movistar at Koi Fenix, sure, we could have expected them, made a conversation about them making playoffs, but not only have they made playoffs, they've taken down Focus. They've made it into the lower bracket final. Now they have an opportunity for Pika to have his chance at that rematch against BBL Pacific, who are waiting on the sidelines for, well, the victor of this one.
Indeed. It's going to be an interesting one, right? Best of 5 territory. A lot has been mentioned on the desk that could stack things in favor for Enterprise, but Movistar Koi Fenix at least have showed us that they really don't care about who are the favorites and are here to do their best they can and bring a few upsets on the road. Already Movistar Koi Fenix move on to this B site and have taken over a lot of space. Enterprise looking to see if they'll pincer in, but a lot of patience shown because Koi Fenix are actually ending up on this A site.
Yeah, Enterprise don't know what hit them. They thought it was going to be a B hit and completely turned on their heels for Koi into A. Pick up 2 kills, so the players who just turn their back.
Indeed.
Unsuspecting players.
You might actually have the timing on this. No one's looking. No one's checking. Doma already shut down. You've got Yas that needs to be pressured, but he gets pressure from 2 corners, deals with the 1. But that leaves Zeke all by himself. And sure, a big step up yesterday. A lot of carefree plays drawn out against BBL Pacific, but not in this moment, not at this time. It's Koi Fenix with first blood.
And even in the first round, we see Enterprise ready to take the space over towards C-Mound on the heels of the players into B, but timing just isn't there. They've already disrupted the players on A, gotten that spike down, and it just comes into the post plant. Numbers vastly in their favor, and that's exactly what you want if you're Movistar Phoenix, right? Coming into this one now, getting the pistol, getting off to a good foot. Especially on Enterprise's map pick, on the first map of this best of 5.
Yeah, and Enterprise at the same time, you've got to consider the fact that they're a bit of a slow starter team, right? Yesterday against BBL Pacific, really rough first map, but overall since the start of the season, there's something about the first games, first rounds, right? And if you're at the stage, you can't afford that to be the case. So a good start for Movistar Koi, and you kind of hope that Enterprise don't really fall under the same trends.
Well, talking about falling into trends, they might be falling into a trap over towards A. Every single player of Enterprise is here. This map is so small for both of these teams. It's just this right side.
Find you.
And the thing is, they actually are walking into a trap. This is a really good setup coming in. And it might actually net Enterprise an opportunity here. Zach Kappa first in. A couple Marshall shots forward to the wayside. Instead, it's the pistols that chime in first. A couple of classics. The Sheriff of Doma already singing. Pika, though, wants to join in on the opera. Still, though, Enterprise are the ones that hold the strings. It's 1-on-1 apiece.
Oh, and it's exactly what Enterprise wanted. For the players to come in, sure, you have the utility to disrupt onto site. You have the drone that spots out a minimum of 3 players towards backside. There's plenty of time to work with, but when we start, Kai Phoenix wants to pressure in, favoring themselves into those gunfights because of the weaponry and the fact that they did have all the numbers, but the only thing is, Enterprise, they also had every single player there, and a couple of sheriff shots, a couple of right clicks. That's a second round unconverted.
We've seen a lot of rounds like that throughout the tournament, haven't we, Summer? The fact that, you know, teams can convert pistol rounds, can quickly change the tempo of a game, and it feels like we might be entering the same trend again. What is going on? Hang on, can Killers actually hold his crown here? He can. All right, crisis averted, but it's still a 1v2.
Spike is down, and it is safely in the clutches of Killers, and especially with Zeke closing in over towards A, there's gonna be the only way Olizera can win this is if he can take down Killers quick and easy, be able to retrieve that spike, but also read into the position of Zeke, right? He's already forward up on A. Should any contact come from this camera, he should start walking. Yeah,
safe to say he's in trouble. He'll take the camera down and try and force one fight, knowing that impending tomb could be approaching them behind. Still a competitive round, still damage done. Unfortunate Koi Phoenix are in this position either way, but Enterprise do collect the pieces by the end of it.
And we were talking about clutches in regards to statistics on the desk, and I think not necessarily a clutch per se, but this has definitely saved Enterprise. Should we say the triple kill coming in from Killers there? Of the embarrassment that Movistar Kai Phoenix had in the first iteration of this eco half by coming in from Enterprise. They at least stopped that being answered back. And again, we're going for space over towards man. This is something that Enterprise have been favoring, but also Movistar Kai Phoenix. Easy orb up onto Pico, who's been really good with utility usage in the match that we saw the other day against Focus. The long range sort of shot in the dark Sova shock darts have really been netting the kills and a lot of damage, so keep an eye out for Pika's utility.
Well, if you're Enterprise in a moment like this, you kind of want to be a little bit more cautious, and that's what you kind of see from them. Yas taking a bit of a journey as well, left-hand side. He's given a lot of freedom to the rest of the team to check out on the other areas, but he's about to be tested. All right, Yas, are you good for the opener here? And there are so many players about to flood in. Is it going to be a dry peek? No, it's going to be a flash. He's not quite able to escape. That is Koi Phoenix with first blood, and they are sprinting towards C. Look at Starkey, already on site, trying to do damage, trying to interrupt, unable to do it. Enterprise are still sending players in, still wanting to use bodies to solve this problem. Doma might be the body you require, but still, is that really enough? You've left Killis all to himself, and a 1v3 seems far-fetched.
Or is it though? There's an opportunity. All these players are close towards site. It's gonna garner heroics. It's not out of the question.
He is known for the clutches, but with Olizera holding down the angle, scoped in with the operator, not too big of an issue. Safe to say, Koi Phoenix are quick to react on the mid-round.
I think that was also something that is one of the main weaknesses I've been looking at Enterprise for, or something that they lack consistency, is the mid-rounding and being able to confidently make a play. This seems to be a lot of possibly miscommunication in the mid round or too many different ideas that they want to do. They get stuck in the transition between ideas. And we're talking about the prep that this team can bring into matches, and especially in a best of 5, there's a lot of prep that needs to be done.
Okay. All right.
Here.
Olizera, what a player, by the way. The fact that just yesterday against Focus, you know, their backs were against the wall, and he just wouldn't give up. Really rallied up the team. Big impact player.
I think he's been one of my standouts for this team so far in this tournament. Not necessarily someone I wasn't expecting to get these numbers off, but the sheer consistency this player has to do so. And talk about consistency. This is one of the players that we look to be these site anchors.
Well, he is being pressured. Waiting to see if he can have assistance near him, and indeed he does, but that fault line is superb from Guardi. Thing is, the pool breaks do cause some interruptions, some changes in the flow. Rolling Thunder required to try and open up this site here for Kui Phoenix, and indeed it actually might be working out. Enterprise lacking the numbers now. A 2v3. Zeke trying to interrupt Pika from crossing into Sands, and he doubles up as well. Olizera needs to hold his ground. One found, but Zeke is the answer for Enterprise. A triple to his name, lockdown to be taken down, and the round sealed in their pockets.
Enterprise have been so good at getting the plays in the right places at the right time. Even if it's just specifically Doma getting there early on and then being able to have the extra support coming in from Yas and also coming in from Zeke. And yeah, easy pick up onto Piku, just trying to vacate the site. The flick back onto Bend and the securing of the 1v1. Maybe he's coming for Killer's stats. He wants to be the one who's getting those clutch numbers up, the impact numbers.
I'm just looking at the ultimates now available for Enterprise. It's all of them.
They haven't needed them just yet. You've seen Guardi use his in the previous. But again, it's the numbers. Too close to site, ready to flood in. Aftershock to displace Yas.
And gets away.
Bit of damage
Chunked down though. Substantially. Is this where we see the Rolling Thunder? This actually could be really smart. There are so many players around, but you don't really want to be affecting your team either. Coming in with a Nightfall as well. The Paranoia is the only counter you need though. 2 ultimates used, and 1 single use of the Paranoia, maybe even a fault line, has completely interrupted Enterprise effort to push back.
And Pika's aware that someone might have repositioned into this corner they previously cleared out. And it's just a simple handshake. They're ready to take those 2 ultimates for the Paranoia.
Oh.
Only Guardi sticking around.
Oh, Zeke, he actually pops off in this moment. For a second, it felt like maybe there was an opportunity for Kui Phoenix to just drop in, and Zeke keeps things close, keeps things competitive. Still, though, Spike has a high potential of going down, but Enterprise haven't let this enter a post-plant scenario. Every single round, they want to breathe under Kui Phoenix's necks. It's ridiculous how pacey their gameplay has been, and it's netted them yet another round.
You're gonna make the conversation of the way back in off of Guardi's pick. But again, it's just shut down by a multi-kill from one of the Enterprise players. This time it was Zeke. Yeah, again, back-to-back rounds, triple kills to make the impact. And an early timeout coming in. And I think it's valid, right? These last couple of rounds, there's been a little bit of issues with keeping the money afloat for Movistar Kui Phoenix in regards to they've had a couple of half buys. Now again, into this one, there's money struggles. And especially with the ultimates that Enterprise are keeping up on online. Sure, they used 2 in the previous, but they also have another 3 to fall back on in the coming rounds as they start to get in, well, Zeke and Doma's back online, and Zeke's already halfway.
Yeah, and while Koi have a chance to speak with Yaba, you know, Legia also has a chance to pitch in with Enterprise, and I feel like Legia is one of those unsung heroes of this roster. You know, you've got big names with the likes of Killer, Zeke, Doma, you know, obviously Yas and Starkey have had their Ascension runs as well. But, you know, Legia, he's one of the big reasons why Bleed actually won Ascension in Pacific in 2023 as well, right? So there is a lot of experience on those shoulders in you know, high pressure situations like these, to be able to give good feedback in the moments that are most required is definitely something that you can't ignore.
A little bit of an adaptation coming in. They want to put pressure over towards B main this time, and immediately a Hunter's Fury being popped. No damage. Release a little bit of information, and now they turn their sights over towards B. A TP in, but Doma is ready and waiting. There's nothing to pressure him. He's going to take that kill every day of the week.
Yeah, Enterprise would love an anti-eco to actually go one-sidedly in their favor, but I'm afraid this might not be that round, Summer. I'm afraid this actually is getting a little bit nitty-gritty. Good little flashes, allowing Zeke to close in, and now you might have a chance to seal the deal here. Koi Phoenix not slowing down at all, and Zeke is just the multi-kill killer. He's wrecking Koi Phoenix so far, and he just can't settle for one. He really can't.
There's a lot of isolation of kills, though. I think that's the main thing coming into this one. Enterprise, even off the first, there's no pressure to that player over towards Heaven on B, that he can just hold for the TP, and there's nothing coming in afterwards. Similar to this one, sure, you attempt a double peek. A dry double peek into Zeke is
my intel
difficult, especially when he's having such a game already.
Zach Kappa takes the first entry. Killers is able to find one, but Olizera quick to trade. With Koi Phoenix's attempt to pressure Sansia, Seaside, usually they've committed to these plays. And Enterprise usually have tried to deny entry to begin with, and I feel like this is no different. Nightfall already available for Zeke. This is crazy. This is the second time he's using this. But again, as a delay, Koi Phoenix a little bit startled from that. And look at the push Enterprise are bringing in the back line.
But how much information did that Nightfall get? You know exactly where all these players are because they've been hit, they've been tagged, you know the numbers, and that's why Enterprise can close in.
Look at
corralled like sheep.
He is looking no longer. Ooh, this is a moment of timing. Haunt. You spotted out a couple, you know, this is still a real possibility. Oh, Globex, you've half-checked it, and Starkey sees a chance to take 1 foot to the left and end up with the pickup. And now Koi Phoenix is struggling. 3 to the 4 players remaining. Flash, Doma looks away, but Olizera quick to pounce. This is going to be close. Great stun. The coordination of Util allows Koi Phoenix to keep on bridging the gap, and the spike might actually go down here. Yas rotating around. Does he read Olizera's corner? The reposition is simply sublime. And Enterprise need to wave the white flag here. Koi Phoenix are able to bring it back.
And they just fight their way through. Enterprise had everything they needed in that round. You had players, a double setup over towards site. You had double players on the flank. Obviously, Zeke sends that reveal and then double wraps back around over to Waterfall. But they had every player exactly where they wanted them. Like I was saying, like they were corralled like sheep. They were all towards Mound. There was no way out. But the only thing is, those sheep have horns. They're actually rams, and they've just rammed their way out onto Seaside, right?
Yeah, yeah. It was a very much like call an ambulance, but not for me moment.
Yeah, yeah. And it's exactly what they needed, right? Into this round, you didn't want necessarily Enterprise starting to get up onto the 6s, pushing into the 7s as well, and starting that snowball, because I think it's one of the harder teams to stop, similar to BBL Pacific. Once they get the ball rolling, these teams can play with confidence so very well. So it's at least a break to the 3-round streak they had going. It's just whether Movistar Koi Phoenix can put one of their own.
Well, quick one-way to put an end to the initial engagement. Look how far Starkey has gone. We haven't seen this approach. As of yet, at least, in this game.
Yeah, we've just seen it now, Pavlos. Silly.
Yeah, too late. Well.
But it's still the space over towards Mound with that one-way. It's going to be cycled. No one necessarily wants to peek into it unless you have possibly a flash coming in from Zakap, as you see. Also coming in from Guardi or something to get these players off the angle, and it's still just getting recycled over this. So they're feeling like they're going to have to go into this operator over towards A, into Yas.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, Yas gets away. But he knows a lot are approaching and looks Zach Kappa right through the eyes in that fight. But it is Zach Kappa's bullets that line on his opponent's heart. A breakaway into tree. Enterprise feels like they may have to respect this one. There can't really be a quick collapse here. Killers is also far away. Lockdown also thrown in, so that's another thing you need to put into account. And as space is granted, there's a potential for a quick gap close.
Oh.
Ooh.
That was
Okay, mistimed the TP and ends up dropping because of it. A small slight play that could end up giving Kui Fenix the win. If you're Enterprise, you're still considering if you want to entry. It's still a 3v4. Corners that you still haven't checked. Spike is going to be ticking. Zeke entries, but that one way is disastrous for Enterprise. Globex closes up the gap and you still don't know if he's stuck around. There is so much you need to do in so little time. The only thing you can do is just walk back.
Yeah, a lot of space gathered with Olizero's ultimate. Of course, the lockdown, you can't stand in it. Starkey, you're gonna get detained, you're gonna get pushed out, and is for the side of MKF, they were actually able to take advantage of it, right? They were able to capitalize on the ultimate and the misstep of Starkey and just sort of snowball that into further effect with the one way, and you have the Globex playing on towards the zip wire, so even when Pika does fall, it's at least a trade. And even off the first initial kill coming into this, it was something that the desk were talking about, in particular about the op head-to-head, something that we were seeing Yas struggle with against comeback in the matches yesterday. And it was an opportunity for Zach Kappa to really put his name in the hat for those operator statistics.
Is Zach Kappa hoping he can get away with something early, but pressured to not really pursue that attempt?
This is also an important round for Enterprise. Their money is not great. They need to either get players saving should they lose it, or just straight up win it out, because it's something that's going to be needed to at least stop the equalization of rounds. And looks like a hit into C is awaiting, but they still have the camera, so that if they check this, if Killers checks this, he's gonna have so much information.
Indeed, from the shadows, utilized. He has figured out the approximate location of a few of the players already, so this time around, Movistar Kui Fenix don't really engage. A complete drop back.
Off the camera of Killers, they know that every single person is outside mount. That also allows Yas to get up a little bit of a more an unorthodox position over towards A, a little bit more deeper information.
Left.
And the rotate off from Zeke.
Yeah, and with the utility shown, there's a certainty this B site is the plan for Kui Fenix. Zeke, oh, he's so damn good. Oh, and now he's got help. He's got a friend to help him out, to assist. Yas and Zeke. Sure, Doma wants to join on the fight. A flawless round, super clean. Know exactly what Kui Fenix wanted to go for there. Disrupt it and end up getting themselves around.
Oh, it was perfect. I hope you can see it in the replay, because even the first kill, stunned in from Doma. Second kill, sure, has to be put in an awkward position because Yas's stun is coming in. You feel forced into a fight, straight into the crosshairs, and then the third one was easy picking, stunned up over towards site, and it's just a collapse of Enterprise over towards the players in B main.
I wonder if we'll be seeing a bit of a pace changer here. Both Enterprise as well as Kui Fenix lined up to go for something quite speedy. Dimensional Drift already taken up here from Zach Kappa. Taking a lot of space, and it's respected from Enterprise, but they are close to pounce on this. A good stun that will deny the opportunity for Zeke to jump in, but Doma also gives them a taste of their own medicine. Overdrive enabled, but it's going to be a tough one. He needs to find headshots here behind Mount, and that's going to be mighty difficult. Tries to find a Vandal, but instead interrupted. Starkey looking to see if he can seize control of the site again, but he can't. He needs to wait for Killers to arrive. Little by little, Kui Fenix want to take the space. Killjoy utility as well to add more thorns, but you can also feel like you can't feel too safe as well to get the spike in the ground. It is uncomfortable. The ground ain't smooth.
It's so awkward
Killers.
for these players on site.
He's blocked off. Starkey forced to do a lot. Sure, Zach Kappa crosses into his opponent's position, but Killers now has to do it by himself. The neural theft is perfect, but they're not going to stay in the same location. He spotted out where they approximately are, but Globex finds an app and Ungle switches up his position, and it's going to be Koi Phoenix again in a brawly situation to get themselves on top.
Yeah, it is just a brawl over towards Mound. The door coming open, yes, on the flank, unfortunately not able to get the fruit that he wanted to pick, at least on that flank. And it comes into the site situation, the 3v2, down to the 2v2. Ultimate use, puts the reposition of Globex up onto the off angle to catch Killers off guard. And now again, a little bit of a pace change, fast control over towards Rubble, but yes, can't get out.
Nope, he cannot. So that's a simple trade coming in from Koi Phoenix. Looking to see if they can close in on this A-site gap. A Rolling Thunder could have been useful, but Guardi is no longer with the team on this, so it's going to have to be a dry effort. But the numbers advantage has been found by the #1 seed of Spain. Pika entries nicely, but Zeke is feeling it today. Nightfall to be dropping, but he's being approached from multiple directions. Still holds his own. It's incredible how it gets to before he drops there. Starkey joins in on the fight as well. Enterprise feel great when it gets into these high-paced situations.
So much.
Pretty much as close as it can get for the first half. Enterprise, a map that never used to be their favorite for this tournament, seems to work like a charm. Lead so far 7-5, but this pistol could change everything.
Gonna be required. Movistar Koi Phoenix want to at least equate the scoreline early on into the half, not let Enterprise carry on the snowball that they had towards the tail end of last half. And it starts with A pressure.
Indeed it does. And with Pika exploring a little bit outside of B, sure he'll greet Killers in that fight, but Zach Kappa gets so much done individually. Snap Zeke's and Yas's necks. And Enterprise already barely any health on them as well, having to collect the pieces. Starkey's blocked out some of the entrances, but smoke will fade. And sure, Killers might be given the space to plant, but this is going to be tough.
Yeah, there's 2 shock darts on Pika should he want to use them. And especially with the HP of these players, it can get scary. Everyone's susceptible. But just waiting for the rotates to come in. Guardi is going to be a little bit late. He might actually catch the timing on Starkey, but Killers wants to push the issue. Pika no longer have those shock darts. It's no longer an issue.
But it doesn't take much for these remaining Enterprise players to fall. Barely any health on them. A bullet for each will do. And albeit the heroic efforts of some, it's just not going to make it happen. But it feels like, Summer, that round unraveled completely into Koi Phoenix's favor because of that Kappa.
Yeah, just watch these shots. Just one there and an immediate flick over to the head. And hey, if he had more bullets, we possibly could have seen a third. We possibly could have seen it. But yeah, the two for one is good enough in that situation, right? Really crispy headshots. Also, hopefully it can feed a little bit of confidence over to this Yoru player. Mentioned on the desk.
I don't think the Sheriff needs a buff, by the way. I don't think it needs more. I don't think it needs a buff. I don't think it needs more bullets.
I think it does. Give it 10. Okay. Give it 10 bullets.
Give it 10 bullets. All right. Well, I disagree. We already see way too many ecos work. But still, Enterprise about to make their move collectively. They could still pack a punch. Olizera is damaged up, so we have to respect this and hopefully can go for the retake. A little bit of a slower response here from Koi Phoenix if you compare it to how Enterprise have been approaching this defensive side, but without the spike going down just yet, doesn't really give them big reason to pounce. Yas, considering if he wants to play this close by, but the Aldrin will reveal him. Instead, Enterprise build the pressure and try to take the advantage aggressively, but it doesn't quite pan out the way they would have liked. The superior weapons will get the job done nicely.
Yeah, and you can see the little bit of difference in approaches, right? Enterprise on the full eco, barely any investment, and they're very decisive going into the site. They off the barrier fort, they decided it was going to be C, and similar, sorry, not similar, completely stark difference to what we saw Movistar Koi Phoenix do on their eco, and not even just the eco, but also on when they had the second round bye. They took so long, and it allowed Enterprise to get all their pieces in the right places to pull off that eco round. So it's a little bit of differences in approaches. Movistar Koi Phoenix a little bit slower to react, and Enterprise more decisive.
Well, this is high pace already. Zach Kappa wanting to get into their opponent's faces. A bit of a crunch as well. But it does seem Enterprise might actually have a chance this time around. Finding guns available to them this time around could actually make this work even better. Globex, that is sneaky. Gets away with one. Nearly for a second felt like he'd get away with another. Wait, how are Koi Phoenix making this competitive? What is going on?
It's not just competitive. Might be making a name for themselves in this round. Guardi's managed to pick up players with the ghost, and he even gets a dink off. It's only half HP, but that might be enough, and it is Olizera, a player that we've been praising throughout this tournament. And it's the player that they fall back on to pull a bonus round conversion out the hat.
And look, sure, Olizera clutched it up by the end, but it was Globex as well in the smoke taking initiative. You also had the cross smoke, shot coming in from Guardi. Softened up little by little. Enterprise, the more they tried to traverse into the A site, the more they got dismantled.
Piece by piece. And round by round, they've managed to find the lead coming into this one. Zach Kappa's going to be taking the mantle. Oh. And again, it's aggressive fights over towards A, but on pressure can get out relatively easy, but I don't know if it's going to be the same for Yaz.
How does he? Oh, okay. Well, gets away through the barrage of bullets from rifles and then TPs away and gets shot through the head with a Sheriff behind a smoke. Okay, sometimes life do be like that. Pika does spot a few players trying to approach the A site, but it's a quick convergence now onto B, and Olizera is waiting for it. Goes for a second peek. Might be a little bit too overzealous, especially with Zach Kappa not quite being there on time. Enterprise thinking what's the best plan to do, and instead of solidifying that B site hold, they actually attempt to cross all the way towards C.
The piece they've inserted over towards B, Doma might have an opportunity to catch off Pika.
That's massive. And that's exactly what he does. 2 now left for Movistar Koi Phoenix. Starkey closes up the gap with Zach Kappa. And Guardi, all that remains He hasn't yet revealed his position, I don't think. He's got all of his utility available, but time is not really on his side, and Zeke is able to spot him before Guardi is able to do a thing, and there you have it. Equilibrium once again. Enterprise bring things back quickly.
And it was great positions though, coming in from the defenders, able to isolate a kill over towards A first. Sure, he gets traded back, and they try to TP to safety through the smoke. Whereas the position of Olizeria made it was so strong, but was only good for one, and that is the just sort of the red carpet laid out for Enterprise of, oh yeah, B's free, walk your way into C, and then the piece that they left behind into Dome, it just caused more and more issues.
Pika, first blood. And instead of dropping back, wants to bolster up Zach Kappa's position. That's exactly what happens. Globex chimes in. This is already getting chaotic. Enterprise aren't allowed to settle in. They're being pressured from second number one of each and every round. This feels like it's a statement from Koi Phoenix. You want to amp up the price? We can double that.
And an immediate answer background is exactly what they need to stop any momentum build from Enterprise. Reminded that this is Enterprise's map pick. Not an awful map either for Movistar Koi Phoenix, but it's just starting off the foot of this best of 5. If you're able to convert the first map, that's not even your map pick. It's going to fill you with confidence going through. And talk about confidence. Yes, has it, but Zach's just taking it away.
This really doesn't feel like it's Koi Phoenix that are the new dogs joining the shelter, right? This feels completely like the tenured, the matured, the experience. What's going on?
My ult is ready.
Not phased at all, and really bringing the pressure on, having the numbers advantage here. And Starkey might be able to be the bridge into the C site. Hunter's Fury to deny the quick rotation, or at least try to destroy the team, but that hasn't phased them. No tags connect, and Enterprise taking their steps forwards. Lockdown will deny some pace though.
But Enterprise have ultimates to refight back into this, especially with Starkey sticking around. You can get out scot-free. But the only issue is they have no space anywhere else. And for the side of Movistar Koi, they haven't fully bought into the idea that it's going to be C. They have players close by, both on A and even on the Zero taking up the mantle over towards Spawn, watching for any sort of B push.
Yeah. Koi Phoenix are sort of hoping it's going to be an extremity push, but at least prepared for this B site attack. Still, a lot available to them if they want to be taking this retake on. But they've got to respect the initial efforts. You've got to consider alert could be happening right now. Globex gets caught, and all of a sudden there might be a switch in approach. No, there's not much time to do that. You're going to have to stick to the first plan of going for the plant on B. Zach Kappa knew what his plan was there and trying to interrupt the spike part, but instead gets denied. Olizera knows a couple of players. Hello! That's spray transfer! That's simply ridiculous. And now it's put the round on its head. Killers is not going to hold back here. I think he's wanting to go aggressive, shocked up. Softening him up a little bit, but you've also considered there is alert coming in from Olizera you need to account for. Enterprise, the 2 players remaining, are looking to play this aggressive. Is this going to be the difference from Enterprise? Olizera comes in. Enterprise know of it, and now they know exactly where Peak is going to come from. An ace from Starkey. Ridiculous from Enterprise.
And it's perfect decision-making from Enterprise. They isolate every single 1v1. Obviously, the first onto Zach Kappa, trying to stop the plan, knowing how close the time was. And then first onto Guardi, second onto Olizera, and of course, Starkey has to close out the ace onto Pika, the final remaining piece of this retake. And yet, it's them who call the timeout.
Yeah, you got to cool down after that, I think. You know, too many times they've lost the first players. Too many times it has to be these clutch situations to get you out of jail. You can't rely on those. You really can't. So I don't blame the timeout. You got to cool down.
And even, I talk about the decision-making in the post-plan, just the decision-making before the spike even goes down, right? Killia spots a player over towards A. And even after sending a couple of pot shots back and forth, immediately the players on site break that door and crunch this player in over towards Mount. And that's, again, a safe space for them. So they didn't have to worry about any sort of reflank that early on to get that spike down. The only issue they had to worry about was, well, Zach Kappa, and they dealt with him in the easiest way possible over towards main.
All right, from the get-go, this is a very close game, isn't it, Summer? The best of 5, starting the best way possible, round for round, streak for streak, and aggression after aggression. Last time around, it was Koi Fenix that came out on top. This is a less than optimal buy, but still bearing fruit. Surely you don't make this look as simple. Zach Kappa seized up. Oh, Bastida, still dangerous. Maybe under pressure is where you make diamonds. And now Doma and Zeke left in a 2v3 without any real space to take for themselves, and Guardi waiting on the other side of Hobbit. Globex.
Yeah, Globex is isolated, and only with a stinger, it's just going to be a call for action for his teammates. He spots it out, tries to drop that smoke to buy some time because there's a lack of information for the rest of Enterprise to work with.
I don't mind him dropping back, knowing that you want to group up with your team. But then again, you've just given tree for 3, and Doma will retrieve your life either way. Push out from Koi Fenix. No, the time is now to pounce. Well, what is distracted planting? Doma, no more. Zeke. Let's see how you do this. Stun. Subsided. Taking the wide angle, but Guardi was right on Olizera's heels. Double digits are actually for Koi Fenix here. Keep Enterprise on their toes.
Okay, my arms are good.
And it was, again, coming into that retake, you're just making worries in my brain about the fact that it's a stinger, it's a judge. Even especially after Globex falls here, but Olizera was able to recycle. So environmentally friendly, able to pick up the Vandal. Same goes for Guardi to close it out eventually. Because it's not a best situation to have to retake into A with a judge.
Absolutely not.
It's not ideal.
Cover going up. Koi Fenix somehow able to keep it going. Not only keep it going, but actually threatening Enterprise's pick. Again, the safe site seems to be the target. Overdrive. Someone's pissed. But yes,
no.
We'll have to deal with it in the grave. 6 feet under. Globex, the new player on the server, new player in the team, has done it all already. Sure, the clutch potential from Enterprise can never be underestimated.
A lot of damage has been done already onto the Cypher player. Susceptible to Zach Kappa's Outlaw. He's going to be the first to fall.
Koi Fenix are holding hands throughout this, sticking together, really not taking any chances to take an engagement all by themselves. Stun will not come through. Doma's going to get caught, pants down. Yeah, not a chance. And Killers, by the process of elimination, you know where he'll be hiding. God damn, that was as simple as it could be, really, for Koi Fenix.
Yeah, they just have to walk into the side. They're having a lovely stroll. Like you said, catches Doma off guard. Not suspecting they'd be there that quickly, but again, this round is truly off the back of Globex. Not only the triple kill, the solo, no utility, no help over towards Tree, and even then going back out, peeking towards main does a lot of damage onto Killers. Puts Enterprise in well, just an uncomfortable situation, and clearly this map isn't going their way. This is the second timeout that they've had to utilize. Their last timeout until we might make conversation of getting into overtime. But
sure.
Yeah, the money for them hasn't been great. Couple of rounds in a row now we've been seeing in the last Yaz opting to use the ultimate, try and keep a couple of funds in the bank, drop some weapons over to players, and now they're stuck in a situation. There's an opportunity backs against the wall of putting Koi Fenix up onto map point, up onto their map point, and you haven't got much to defend it, really.
No, absolutely not. Sure, it's a best of 5. Sure, there's a buffer there, but you don't want to be in the situation. The Death said it as well. It's all about how you get things started, how you get things going, and it feels like for Koi Fenix, they're starting this pretty damn well on this defensive side. They've only allowed Enterprise to say hello twice, Summer.
Well, wonder what the plan has been formulated in this timeout, because you're looking at the ultimate. Stoma and Zeke are close to theirs. They seemingly have gone all in for this one. They're banking on converting this to a 10th, and with the spearhead of the rounds, Yaz on the Vandal and is already taken down by Zach Kappa, down to 10 HP, but doesn't really matter. You take one of the spearheads off the board that early on, and even have a scoped weapon to back it up for further peaks.
Oh dear. Oh dear, this might be getting out of hand for Enterprise. It feels you lose this round, you lose the game. You lose Lotus. Let's see if they can hold on here. Group up together. 3 out of 4 wanting to jump in on stairs. Hold the smoke in case anyone from Koi Phoenix is looking to go aggressive. Instead, it's the smart route for the Spanish representation. They really do want to challenge here. They know the trouble is on Enterprise here. They know they're the ones under pressure. They can wait for the post plant. They can wait for the retake. A Rolling Thunder available for Guardi.
And even one off Zach Kappa's ultimate. Get one, pop it, and you're gonna have so much information for your team to work with. And at the moment, they don't even need the Rolling Thunder. They're just clearing out the close angles to then use it on site.
Dear. It is a good counteraction as well from Doma. Sure, it catches killers, but you do slow down the pace for Koi Phoenix, and the one-way is damaging. Rolling Thunder now in counteraction. Now's the time to start dropping in. Killers wanted to be a bit of a distraction. Starkey is the only one to net his team a kill so far. How much more damage can you do? The answer is nothing. Zeke struggling to hold on. A Sheriff will be the difference. Doma, that's 2. You need one more. Klobeck's closing up the gap, but Doma, indestructible. Enterprise, hold on.
He was the least kitted out player of this team. The least kitted out player. 0 utility left for the clutch. 3 players of Koi Phoenix ahead of him.
Enemy remaining.
3 bullets left to convert the last kill, and he only needs 2. That's double digits for Enterprise. A round that we were looking at, especially after the entry, that, oh, okay, this is sort of the final nail in the coffin for them. Koi Phoenix are going to be up onto the map point. And with that victory, Enterprise are looking a little bit healthier, especially in regards to the money, in regards to the round count as well. And it's definitely going to be a confidence play and a confidence booster for Doma.
Indeed, I feel for Enterprise as a whole, you kind of need to show that you're the better individuals here. A diff. You're the ones that have a lot of tier 1 experience, world champions for some. Here comes the aggression though. Dimensional drift revealing so much. Pika, oh my word, it's such a clean hold. Enterprise have just entered into the meat grinder.
But they used so much utility on Olizero initially to get him off the angle that as soon as the rest of the rotates come in, Pika's just stood there. And you can see it coming here. There's nothing to get this player off the angle. He's steadfast in his stance. And the spray is there, connects to Zeke and Kiers, and sure, Olizero's back to assist with the last couple. And of course, that's the round that gets Koi Phoenix up onto 12.
For the slicksters out there. 2 chances. 2 chances, chap.
This is the best chance against, well, I say best chance, Doma has a Sheriff, but 3 players with a Sheriff, you have a Stinger, you have 1 premium rifle onto Zeke, and sure, he's been lights out with the multiple 3Ks he's been getting, pulling multi-kills out of his hat, but the money situation isn't great. Ultimates are for Koi Phoenix. You have all these Zeros for retakes, Pikas as well to deny the plant. Sure, if you can get a pick, Achilles can get more information, but a pick has to be given to him and Starkey.
Yeah, they know. Decoy sent in as well. Starkey does well to hold on to his life for that while, but not much more will be permitted. Guardi will be the gatekeeper as well from C. Sure, the Hunter's Fury is there to assist. And maybe Yas to bringing some madness of his own. But this looks like it's going to be the map, Summer. And it doesn't threat Koi Phoenix at all in this round.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Doma, we saw a lovely clutch from him that kept Enterprise into the game for a little while. Got them to double digits. It was a little sweet 1v3 with the Sheriff, but I think this is just a little bit more different than that.
And are Koi Phoenix gonna let something like that happen again?
Yeah, well, good luck with that. 13-10, Koi Phoenix take down map number 1 of the best of 5 of the lower bracket finals. I don't know how they do it, Summer. I don't know how they do it. They're supposed to be the newcomers, but they just bring up the level every single time. It's ridiculous. Let's get the thoughts from the analyst desk, though. Throwing this over to Twiggy and Hazza.
Well, that is exactly what we said they needed, Movistar Koi Phoenix, right? They needed that first map to get them started here. You're already getting started with the telestrate circle popping up on my screen. Look, Movistar Koi Phoenix, they needed that good start to get going in this series and give themselves, you know, just an opportunity to get into those scrappier final maps where both teams aren't fully prepared for things. There were a couple of moments where Movistar Koi Phoenix looked like they were going to let things slip, but I think overall just feeling more in control. Olazera, Pika popping off in this map.
Yeah, and when I ranked both of these teams' map pools, I think Enterprise have the stronger one on the whole, but for me, this was the #1 choice for Koi Phoenix coming into this series. Now, sure, it was Enterprise that picked into it, but I honestly felt that if Koi Phoenix didn't find this one, then, you know, it was going to be a quick day in the office for the East representatives. So I'm really happy they've got off to a good start. Olazera delivering 27 kills on that map, and he wasn't the player that we highlighted coming into this, but he's someone that you've always got to be thinking about, because the way that he finds value, just chipping in round after round in such impactful ways as well, is something that we have to talk about.
Yeah, for sure. I think a player that has consistency over the course of every single round, like we can talk about obviously the clutches from Doma, some of the clutches obviously from pretty much every player, but the thing is, I think Pavlos mentioned this kind of midway through, is when all of the rounds are coming down to, you know, having to clutch things out, having to get like an ace or an insane performance from one player from Enterprise Esports to gain a round, you're not really learning anything and you're not really building anything over the course of the map. You are simply just you're holding on, you know, by the skin of your teeth. You're just trying to dig your teeth into every single round. Whereas I think on the side of Movistar Koi Phoenix, you have these players like Olazera who show up every round and give you the first blood, or, you know, just a man advantage in the middle of the round.
Yeah, and there as well for Olazera, before we dive into some of the rounds very quickly, is that he didn't give away any first deaths. And in terms of those early contributions where you're seeing him get active in the mid round, where he brings value to the attack sides as well, is that he has 23 first kills this event coming into this map. Of course, I don't know how many it was here, but we saw a few more. It's the most of any Sentinel. He has the second highest ACS and ADR of any player currently in the playoffs. That's behind Comeback. So just the numbers that he's putting up right now are ridiculous. And from speaking to the Spanish contingent as well, they all seem to believe the same thing, that he is a ready-made tier 1 player, and if anyone else were to make the move up, it would probably be him.
Yeah, well, you wanted to take a look at some rounds, so I'll let you have a little play with the telestrator now. You're taking the mantle from MP.
Yeah, oh my god, it's a stressful one, Twiggy. I'll be honest, I've not been in this position
before. You're going to do amazing,
I am.
Do amazing.
Hopefully. I do still have just a blue screen right now, so I can't actually highlight anything. But it's fine. I don't need to use the tools. We can just go ahead. I've refreshed the page multiple times. It's still blue. We will head into the round. We can just start the round. I'll talk about it. It's fine. You don't need the visual aids. We'll verbalize over this. Essentially, what I'm talking about here is Movistar Koi Phoenix being very efficient in how they're taking a lobby control. They know that against Enterprise, a lot of the rounds that they were able to win against BBL Pacific on this map stemmed from taking that control. This is the first of a few examples I'm going to give, and in terms of what's done well, it's a simple utility dump. You saw the stun come out, you saw the recon. Second time that we go ahead and see it, it's going to be the recon. The stun isn't there. It does come in. It's the paranoia. It's the same thing, right? They're starting to condition it at this point. Zach Kappa has a huge individual pop-off round as well. This second kill is crazy, and another person that we mentioned that needs to find value. It's this last one of the three which is most poignant to me. You're going to see the recon come out. You're going to see some of that early utility, but then what you don't see is the stun. Guardi is holding on to it as the B player, and you can see, as it is currently, I'm going to guess where the circle's going to land. It's on the wrong side of the screen. Globex is in tree. I give up. Globex is in tree, and he's supported by Pika, and that's when the stun comes in. When the door turns, they're ready for it. They conditioned the fact that they were playing more aggressively. They've dropped back, they've invited the pressure, and then they've got a set response to it. Hopefully, the next Telestrator I do is going to be a little bit better.
We'll get that fixed for you.
But what we need to take away is that Koi Fenix were very good at balancing some of that aggression with a different look.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, the explanation was not hampered at all by the technical issues. Don't worry about it. We'll get it down for you. It wasn't even your fault. We'll get it down for you next time. But it is going to be our next map on Ascent that's coming up, and hopefully for Enterprise Esports, they can start to bring things back and make this a competitive series. We'll find out very shortly. We'll see you guys after a quick break.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb. You be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it though.
Alright everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It's the lower finals. We're one map into our best of 5 here, and it's Movistar Koi Fenix who start off with the advantage, a 13-10 map to give them the best start they could possibly have to this series. Now, we're moving to Ascent next, and I think now that we have Lotus under our belt with Movistar Koi Fenix, it starts to become that uphill battle.
Yeah, and this is a map which has even footing for both teams. Each of them sharing a 4-1 record. Enterprise have shown it once in EMEA Challengers so far. Movistar Koi Fenix have shown it twice. And the difference between the first and the second, and what we're going to see continuity of here, is that Waylay pick. Looked really good against the double Sentinel when they were able to just dive in and refract. I want to know, is that Kappa going to get any more value from it here? Is he getting traded? Is he creating space for his team? He did a great job at it on Lotus. Next best challenge, Ascent.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. Maybe Yash can get on top of it this time around. It's Ascent coming up very shortly, and it will be Pavos and Winter to take you through it.
Indeed, it will be a time for redemption, perhaps for Enterprise, but it is Koi Fenix's first pick. We'll get to see how that one grows. And like Hazza said, Waylay is the new addition here for Zach Kappa. And look, it looked a little bit better. It looked, you know, a little bit nicer from him, and they managed to make it work. And, you know, that confidence is everything in moments like these.
Yeah, we've seen how well Focus can play on this matchup, and to take it off of them, it's no small feat. Alrighty, pot shots over towards mid. There's loads of players here on contact over towards short.
Well, that's a good pop flash though from Enterprise to try and interrupt, but though it falls sour. Yes, okay, brings things right back up. This is close, 2v2, and Koi Fenix will be finding the A site clear.
As he not pushing the issue, not overstepping, waiting for the rotate to come in from Yas, but only is. Yas has already fallen, a flash through, gets the first. He's managed to isolate, the paranoia goes out, but it doesn't hit, it's down to 45 HP. There's only one bullet that's needed, and that is what Globex serves up on a platter for Koi Fenix to get another pistol on their map pick.
You know what, Globex is that player that, you know, many would have said, okay, he's got big shoes to fill, he's replacing Monster, as Monster, you know, got promoted to the main team, but he's ripped right through those shoes, right? His performance has been mind-boggling, and the amount of things he'd had to learn for this team, right? The amount of lineups, strats, everything that they had to bring in. He only had like a week to do it. It was like back to high school for him with the amount of studying he had. And not only has he brought things and made things look seamless, he looks super comfortable on the roster as well. It's ridiculous.
You could say that there hasn't been any sort of changes and people might believe you just how seamless it has been. But talking about seamless, Movistar Koi are questionable, at least in this series, on converting this second round. So hopefully they can be a little bit more successful here than they were on Lotus. And one of the main issues were they took a little bit too long, no poking and prodding anywhere, that the rotates were able to come into place. And something similar is happening here. Only one rotate though from Yaz has come over to bolster up this A site. And there's no committal yet from Koi Fenix, but there's not many other places they can go.
No, there isn't. Stun comes out. Oh, off the back of a couple of guided salvos as well. The pick, you don't check Starkey though. It's Yas that ends up picking you up, but Starkey ends up dropping again. Koi Fenix, they're taking over. Sure, a mistake here and there, but no biggie, no foul. The site is theirs.
I was so ready for that to be more than one kill. I was so ready for it. Especially being flashed on the corner, doesn't get checked. Same goes for Zach Kappa as he comes in. He's fully blind. You can't necessarily clear anything. And that's the one. That's about it. It's just damage control right now for Enterprise. How much can they do on the way out? Because looking at the buy of Koi Fenix, you have two Vandals here. Any kill would be massive, whether it's dropping the Guardian or even the Bulldog. Seems it's going to be the Bulldog that does get dropped.
Yeah, I suggest Killers take that Sheriff, hand it over to Doma the next round again. But yeah, no, he's going to be falling down to the spike, obviously, as Koi Fenix get themselves that 2-0. Look, good early starts. It feels like on the pistol rounds, Koi Fenix end up on top more often than not. And, you know, for games like this, where tempo is really important, that's a big positive for them.
I'm I'm just glad we had a normal first couple of rounds. You win the pistol, you win the follow-up, right?
Yeah.
And then the third round, sure, it gets a little bit messier when you have 2 rifles, an outlaw, guardian, and the stinger as your bonus. It's kind of scary, especially with the shields on Enterprise, and Yas exploring over towards mids. What?
Yes, that is ridiculous. How does he get away with that? Sure. All right, hands in the air. Like I just don't care. Great stuff by Yas. And all of a sudden, Koi Fenix find themselves on a player's deficit. A little bit more spread apart. Sure, you got the reveal onto Doma, but it's not like he's unsupported. Decision to make. Zeke says, no thinking. Bullet to the head of Globex. You can't do the thinking without the brain. And yeah, it's just Enterprise chipping away at Koi Fenix. That's the thing about Enterprise, Summer. I feel like it's these individuals, you give them a moment, you give them an inch, they'll take it a mile. Koi Fenix need to be aware.
That's the thing, you give them an inch, take them a mile. Look at Enterprise. They are completely split up. So if you want to think of the west side of the map, it is a 2v2. So the odds might equate until Zeke starts to rotate over in support.
Doma. Smoked off.
30
Zeke
seconds
is not
left.
going to rotate over in support.
Indeed. Wait. Breakaway in mid. Are you looking for the weakest of the 2 sites? If you are, and you go to A, you might just find it.
They have to get a move on though, because it's 15 seconds left. Especially
There's
with
no one
Pika
to
with the
stop them.
spike.
They can just run. They can just go. Coast is clear. It started off as a 4v2, and now there's a real opportunity for Koi Fenix to take over, and there's no way you expect Olizera to be this close, this quick. Oh, we get some damage across, but needs to respect it. Not getting the pick is massive for Enterprise at least, and 2 players can take that fight together. Olizera bit out a little bit more than he could chew. Bit of a delay, but he's revealed. Ooh, this is tough. Closes up the gap. Starkey to be the first one to contest him. Finds the first shot, but obviously being revealed is a massive hindrance in that round. Crisis averted. Enterprise seal the deal in this round.
Like I said, crisis averted. It was a bonus round, and especially after the way it started, this is not okay. Double kill from Yas. After being put down to 10 HP, fine. Does get traded out, but it comes down into the situation where it's a 2v4 and they've made the conversation of it's a post plan, it's now a 2v3, comes down to the wire. 2 players surviving. Sure, you can play the trade game, but they still had so many ideas for Koi Fenix, right? They were able to thread the needle, get the kill onto the rotating Zeke, and then isolate the rest of the players, forcing them to group up, get a plant down. And that also brings up the Armageddon for Pika into this round, which we can see used in the pose plants. But yes, plays Storm out, updraft up, and that's your Sentinel, that's your extremity piece gone, and Yas is pushing the issue, and that's the Armageddon as well off the board. Pika, and the spike dropped.
Thing is, that's what you've kind of learned to expect from Yas, but the fact that they went up against BBL Pacific yesterday, we kind of forgotten about him, right? Comeback stole the show against them, so it's really hard to stand out when a player like Comeback is in the opposing team. But a brilliant double kill opener, and it feels like Koi Fenix are trapped. In the back line, knocking on the door, Quadi will make sure that it's open, and Yas falls right through it. Still though, this is a salvageable situation. Stun off the back of a paranoia as well. How do you take over? Zach Kappa to lead the charge, creating the space, but Starkey again, dangerous corner to be on, and he will be enough of a distraction. And Enterprise quick to pounce again.
I've loved how Enterprise are sitting in these corners, especially with the composition that Koi Fenix are running. You don't have the stereotypical Sova that you can just dart and it clears so many of these different angles, that when they do come out, especially where Starkey's been playing, we've seen a couple of players utilize it, and it's so hard for Koi Fenix to clear that out, especially if Pika's already off the board.
This is a nice spot.
Because Zakaf is taking similar entry pathings to the Jet up onto Jenny and over. There's no drone or arrow to follow up for information. See if it gets adapted from Koi Fenix the next time they go. But this time it's B. It's straight into the Cypher setup, it seems.
Indeed. Stun coming out. Zach Kappa playing hyper aggressive here. Actually might be catching out his opponent. Instead, it's Killers. So he's not going to drop down without a fight. Oh, if that spray would have been a little bit better. Could have potentially been a triple. Olizera through the smoke. Wait a moment. Koi Fenix not letting Enterprise settle down at all. Starkey all to himself. Lockdown enabled, and now he needs to consider two very different positions. He knows where Olizera is now. Oh dear, Paranoia taking the fight to him. There comes a headshot, taking down the lockdown as well. He makes it look like it's a walk through the park.
Securing the defuse, securing a third round, and yeah, it's again the clutches just from Enterprise. We're highlighting Killers before this match, but again, time and time again, we've seen Zeke, we've seen Starkey also step up. And in those 1vx situations, you really can't be letting those slip. Isolation of 1v1s. A lockdown invested, but nothing off the back of it, except a round loss. A boon to the economy of Enterprise, in which they've been able to get an Odin out, an Operator out, an aggressive peek through mid. Yes, wow. With some support, with a flash, but that's that Kappa off the board, and we were talking about the Odin takes Pika with him.
There's so many peaks though. Enterprise have just handed something over to Olizera, and they might just be able to exploit it. Koi Fenix closing onto this B site and already made it their own. And sure, given that the Zeke is low, he's the rifle holder in this situation. And you sort of ask him to do quite a bit here. Hunter Fury, can you get a pick through this? A tag onto Guardi, but nothing in succession.
You'll have Rolling Thunder on this plan.
Planted.
Can use it to buy time.
Rebolstered. Zeke drops. Doma hoping he can get something spraying in his opponent's direction, but the Rolling Thunder is going to deter that completely. Olizera in his opponent's face. And Koi Fenix amp up the pressure in their opponent's position, shut them down, roll over them, and keep things very close in the game.
And like you said, is that so many peaks were being activated for Enterprise at the same time, right? You have the Operator peak coming in from Yas, you have the Odin, sure, they both net from Doma, sure, they both net kills, but then at the same time you have players peeking out B main, giving Olizera away not only into this round, but away into the B site, getting into the post plant. Guardi was one off, gets the spike down, Rolling Thunder activated, and you push the issue towards CT, and Olizera capitalizes. Ace denied, but a third round on the board. And now Zach Kappa has the Operator. He's going for a little stroll up mid, but nobody's home.
Yeah. It doesn't really need to do that. This is a bit of a weaker round for Enterprise, right? Let's, of course, get right back to the initial position. Yeah, you kind of hope that Doma can get a lot done with a Hero Guardian, but other than that, it's a bit of a numbers game if you're able to have enough defenders nearby, and if Koi Fenix drop the ball on one of the positions held. Oh, that's a good name. That's going to do some chit damage. Softening up potentially for Starkey to capitalize upon. He could have gotten away with two there, but I think one is all he gets. And Enterprise locked on the outside, looking in. The chance is minimal. Koi Fenix should be able to hold this out without too major difficulty. You still have a couple of flashes onto Guardi, so as soon as you know where your opponents are approaching from, that will be a big interruption. Zach Kappa, all he needs is to see a pixel. Doma will make sure, though, that he is respected. He can't really go into his face like that. Hold on, this is close. Olizera backside, and there's still plenty of time. Zeke, will he be able to find the shot onto Olizera? All he needs is to connect onto the head. Easier said than done. It's through the box. It's through the wall. Olizera, another jump right click and could seal the deal, switching up to a classic. It's a knife fight by the end. What on earth is that? That was an eco round by Enterprise, and everyone dies through the server this round.
And I was already thinking about what I was gonna say after this round, and it was gonna be how there were so many things that could have gone wrong on this execute itself in regards to looking at the positions that Enterprise had, not only over towards main, but towards the door, but everything seemed to go wrong after they dealt with the hardest part. When they came into this post plant, they were getting right clicked out of smokes, players from Heaven hitting some worldly shots. Talking about worldly shots, Yas has not fallen to Zach Kappa's operator on this initial peak yet, and Yas just going to be taking those easy kills, easy entries. Seems they've learnt not to give Ollie Zero the same peaks over towards B main.
Yeah, the lockdown has been placed though from Koi Phoenix as they look to bring the pace on towards this B site. Looking to see if they can capitalize upon the trip being triggered. Guardy, no way. No way you're considering peeking the smoke here. Or is he just going to wait on the outside of it? As soon as it fades, he will jump in. This is still close, though. Zeke has been able to trade back, and only now the spike is going down. And Enterprise are looking to close up the distance. Yas showing his ground. You've got to respect his position. You haven't taken care of Globex just yet, and he hasn't yet been tested. Starkey delivering. He gets two. Yas holds his ground as well. That is clean from the final two individuals from Enterprise. Both Yas and Starkey are able to hold their own, and that should do it in the round as well.
It feels so awkward, some of these engagements that come out, especially on these retakes. You have Yas just firing pot shots with the operator, then trying to switch over to the Vandal, the timing peaks you get from main, and really does come down to Starkey netting both of the kills over towards site in the up-down setup they had going. But it's a timeout coming in from Koi. An opportunity now, because they know the difference, right, of being able to further this lead on this attacking side, because when they switch over to the defensive, it's going to be slightly harder, at least with the comp setup, but it would be good for those sort of trap plays, especially with the Breach and the Theo. But it's the same thing for Enterprise. They can be nasty on the attacking side. They want to get as many in this half as possible.
But these rounds have been very close, and it doesn't feel like one team is necessarily better than the other. It feels like, on the one hand, you've got players like Yas taking early peaks, trying to, you know, give your team an early advantage, and then you've got Koi Phoenix trying to play an organized game and try and see it to the end on this attacking side. But it always ends up in these skirmishes. It always ends up coming down to these gunfights. And it's a bit of a 50-50, knowing where that will end up.
Well, it's not necessarily 50-50 as if Yas gets these entries, especially with the operator. But it's actually Doman that steps forward, takes down Ollie Zero, the top of the leaderboard for Koi Phoenix. So at least that's one issue dealt with, especially coming into this with barely any investment coming in. It's this half buy. They have a couple of sheriffs and a stinger. Don't necessarily want anything to snowball coming in from this one, from the side of Enterprise. Keep it as clean as possible. Because like you said, how close these rounds have been. Neither team have been able to build up that sort of bolstered up economy where they can afford to lose a couple of rounds, because it has been neck and neck. Talking about rounds where nobody survives.
Even on the eco rounds, it's been close. Starkey, though, elevated in a corner. Still able to do a lot, and Yas is there to support him. The backup is everywhere, really. Sure, Zeke, he can only find one through the process before Globex is able to close up the distance with him with the stinger, but that's all she wrote with this one. Enterprise to be the one in the lead for a little while, but you are right. You know, when I did say it was 50-50s, actually, it is Enterprise that are winning most of them, especially now that they've got into a groove with some of these buys.
And again, it's these positions on site that are just so difficult for this composition from Koi Phoenix to clear out, especially when you have on A the variations of being able to hide inside the smoke pop out or play on the elevator position. You can see Starkey on yet again. And with the support that he normally has, whether it's coming in from Heaven, from Yas, from Zeke, from Door, he can just drop down and just be this draw of attention for the rest of the Koi players as they funnel out. But again, it's a little bit of difference into this one. It's a heavy hit over onto B, but Zach Kappa's not even going to get a chance.
No, he's not. Yas is cornered though. Updraft, avoiding the first 6 of the aftershock. Oh, blind! Deals onto Baker. Yas! He's unkillable. He is purely the biggest menace on the server. Koi Phoenix can't really answer back.
Just
Let's
look at the
this again.
replay.
Oh my god. Updraft's the first instances of the aftershock, doesn't get killed off of it, and then draws out the classic. Before, you know, after getting another kill blind by, you know, and with the operator, it is crazy how good he is.
And they didn't even make it out of main, Pavlos. There's a whole setup from killers as well. Some nice Cypher trips and kill trips that they could have used. Wasn't even needed. Similar utility, they're over towards mid to try and deal with Yas, and they have, but Zach has fallen in the process.
Yeah, there's a lot of mid presence, but Enterprise not scared to take these fights. They knew they could win them. It's mad. Olizera, does he get away with the timing here? He might do. No, Zeke ready. Never mind. Never mind. And it is asking a lot from Globex here. The 19-year-old in a 1v3. Surrounded and crunched down upon. A bullet lands by his ear, really. 7-4. A lead is starting to be created, Summer, for the first time this series. It feels like one of these teams are on a groove.
One of the teams are starting to hit the groove, but this is the last opportunity for Koi Phoenix on the attack at least. And we've seen similar utility over towards mid every time they go for it. They do have those protocols, but the only issue is they've been falling to the first spearhead of Enterprise. Yas has been playing amazing, and it's a jump beat this time, not a committal. And at least they've spotted out this issue that they have to overcome. A hurdle, it's just the first, because then you talk about the rest of the players, the setups that you have from killers on the Cypher. Enterprise have read into this. They know they need to bolster up this A side. Rotates have come through. Yas is already aware of the play. That's TP'd Wine.
Yes. Ooh, great first shot. Quite the relocation onto Zeke, and he brings out the blades to continue to mow his opponents down, even through the chaos of the Armageddon approaching. The Armageddon couldn't finish being casted in that moment, and by the end of that round. It's ridiculous how quick Yas is.
Yeah, he's been a thorn in their side on this defense, but let's see if he can continue it when they do switch over onto the attack after a short break.
It's the Yas and Friends versus Koi Phoenix in this first half already. Enterprise really showing up, bringing up the pace defensively, and Koi Phoenix needing something to bring them back into this game as they now switch sides and now are responsible of holding down A and B.
Yeah, and disproportionately unsimilar to the very first round of this match, no one wants to fight towards mid from the side of Enterprise. Before they had a trap, and now they might just be walking into the full setup of Olizera with some support from Globex.
Yes, looking to drop in, pulling his team in with him as well, but Olizera on the crunch is there to deliver. How is Yas alive? How on earth does he keep this going? Guardi will finally be his kryptonite, as he's already shut down a couple of players before that in main. Killers a little bit disjointed from the team, opting to go for a lurk if it came down to it, but instead will try and retrieve the spike and make this work by himself.
I think it's an issue that they need to address of how much BS Yas is getting away with. Not only in that round in particular, fully stunned up, but think back to the round when he was stuck in logs with the operator, right? Able to get the first shot, then updrafts and over an aftershock, comes down, fully blind, gets another one, and I'm so glad to see the little bit of a change around from Yas coming into this map, especially because in the first map on Lotus, he was not having a good time, right? I think he had something with like 9 and 20 or something. It was not what we expect from this duelist. And the fact that in this one, we're seeing him come alive, and this is the score difference into this one of how close Lotus was. And now it seems to be the Enterprise show.
Indeed. Killers does have the opportunity to clutch here. And he's got the most clutches of the tournament, by the way. 3 of them being 1v3s. And that's exactly the situation he is right now. Damage done initially, the trip helping, so is the cage. He knows 3 players have flooded through. That's the first headshot. Oh dear, is this another one? Does he check his right-hand side? No, he doesn't. As Koi Phoenix look to move together in unison. A ball of death is the answer to deal with this man. And Koi Phoenix get away with round number 1 of the second half.
Yeah, if he has an issue of being so good in those clutches, just throws so many players at him at a time. Jump Peak coming in from Pika just to help that happen, ensure that he can convert it even should he fall. And that's the first step for Kai Phoenix back into this game, because after the first half, especially if you're looking into the context that Kai Phoenix were the ones that picked up the pistol and the conversion, and it seemed completely Enterprise's game when we got onto those rifle rounds. Another pistol gathered and a conversion would do a lot to at least soften the difference in the rounds.
Yeah, Zeke acting as a little bit of a distraction, but there's not really much follow-up of it, so no reason for Koi Phoenix to fall for it. Although Yas closes up the distance so damn quick, Olizera did not wait for that. He did not expect it. Have Enterprise just gained access to his site, just like that.
Sign up for the retake. Drawing in. A lot of players spotted.
Koi Phoenix looking to close in. You still have 4 players available and Bulldogs capable of a lot.
You have 2 people flanking.
And that's dangerous. You've got to care for it. You've got to play aggressive and press the W key to try to deal with the players on site, and that's exactly what you've done. Apart from one, Doma holds on for a little while, but Zeke now shows his ground. Doesn't take long for Guardi to nail him onto the ground as well. So secured, no trouble there. But the fact that Enterprise take the site so cleanly was a bit of a concern.
Yeah, there wasn't too much committal from Kai Phoenix to hold down the site in itself, more playing into that retake, especially after the first player drops. But it's more of the fact that they were so hyper aware that the flank was a possibility, that they haven't spotted all these players out, that they can just W key into the site, especially with when they have the Spectres, when they have the Stingers. Close quarter engagements are going to favor them. Ready for the retake relatively early on, doesn't let Enterprise have that flank coming in fruitful before the retake starts to take place, because that can be massively disrupting.
Well, dealing with the early KJ utility. Nice flash. Okay. No issues there. No, nothing to see. Kill collected. Early numbers for Enterprise. He is asking the team to join him here, Doma. They might just be able to break through. Pika taking a lot of space in garage. Olizera holding out stairs. The classics. Well, more like the ghost is doing a lot. Zach Kappa showing where he is. Is he able to close up the gap on time for the flood out from Kitchen? No, not happening. Not anytime soon. Globex, all that remains, unfortunately, and will likely look to see if he can hold on to the Spectre as well. Well, they have money. It's a bonus. Okay, never mind. Starkey will close out his life as Enterprise get on to the winning sheet yet again.
And this is where the first half scoreline really comes back to bite Cryphenix, especially if they're able to start converting this first rifle round. That's going to be up onto double digits already. And just how we've seen so far in the second half is Cryphenix have a couple of ideas. They're ready to put plays like Zakappa deep into main with the shotguns. They're ready to play with the weaponry and with the spaces that they're getting for free early on. It's whether they can do it on the rifles as well.
Yeah, that's the big question. Safe to say, Enterprise did have a great hold on the defensive side. One of their biggest strengths is breaking out in mid and taking these fights head on. And they may look to take the same approach, but this time as the attackers might, though, Koi Phoenix having the answer. They're the ones that have won a couple of these engagements. Instead, Zakappa breaching the gap, and off the back of his teammate's stun, finds Doma. All of a sudden, Koi Phoenix have got the spike in their laps, and Enterprise having to play catch-up. Yes, not able to save the day, and Starkey has to face up two players. Paranoia to catch them both. Flash in his face. Rough around the edges, but the picture is clean. Starkey gets the pick, but still has 40 seconds to play with. A 1v2 within reason.
And he's going to get the ultimate off this. So the plan in his head was you get the orb, you get onto site, you can get this spike. You don't have to fight for it. Cryphenix ready for his tricks and ready to fight through it. And that's what gets him this 7th. And it comes off the back of just a full brawl into mid. You have players just winning out their gun finds early on. There's barely any utility, but it's that second wave of aggression that we see over towards mid, and it comes with nano swarms, a stun coming through to enable Zach Kappa. And then just closing in onto the spike. They know what to do to close that one out.
Scanning ahead.
And back at it again now. Guns across the board. Apart from Starkey, Sheriff in hand. The plan to exert pressure towards his right-hand extremity for now. Get the orb onto Yas and blades out. He can hand over the Vandal now. They've got full guns now. How do they use it?
And especially with the drone coming in from Pika, is going to be clearing out main. It might be a false sense of security, an opportunity for Enterprise to re-hit, or at least re-clear main. Yas is ready for it. Just going to be contacting in. And that's actually pushed that Kappa away. That's changed the rotate because they're away mid as a gap. Sure, it's being held by the turret right now, but...
It's important for Zach Kappa to be on the right side, right? Convergent pass available for him. If he can be on the receiving end rather, of this potential push, they could put a big slowdown onto the attack for Enterprise. It may have to be used for the retake as the push is on here. Early aggression shown off the stun and a smoke. Ooh. Blades out, but it's Killers' first kill that ends up netting Enterprise's entry. Globex also put to rest, and instantly Enterprise 5v3, sight is theirs.
Yeah, just trampolined into sight.
He's taking over tree as well. And what do you even do with this now? 3v4 is still far-fetched. No command. That adds to the complexity. Now you can't use your util to break through, and this is going to buy so much time for Enterprise. They've settled into defensive corners. Olizera looking to take the first peek, but it's disjointed. Zeke is smoother with it and doesn't take any more fights. They know what they've done, and the moment Koi Phoenix try to walk in again, interrupted. Guardi looking to run, save the Vandal. Enterprise have done what is required, and now entering a groove on their attack.
And that's it, double digits. Enterprise, something that's eluded them. Especially coming into the second half, a couple of rifle rounds dropped. And yeah, you can just see the trampolining Yas into sight. Capitalized on upon by Killers. And it's the re-hit that really comes back in favor of Enterprise. The drone came out from Koi Phoenix over towards main from Pika, and that was the rotate that came off. It weakened that A site, so when they did go for that initial hit, there was less players, and when they did try and catch them off guard by peeking out of smokes, there was too many Enterprise players there to sort of counteract it.
Thinking time. Pressure's on. It might be a quick exchange of each other's, well, opponents' map picks to get things started on this best of 5. Remember, Koi Phoenix come into this, no expectations. You know, it's the first rodeo at a Challengers EMEA level for the majority of the players. And it's an academy team, right? You're not going to make it into Ascension. You're just proving yourselves individually, maybe as a squad to potentially be picked up later on. For Enterprise, this is a tournament where they hope to put a dent into BBL Pacific's reign, be one of the biggest contenders really for the fight for Ascension.
And especially with the little budding rivalry that they've got going on, Enterprise definitely want to make it past Koi Phoenix to meet them in those grand finals. Might not just be as simple as that. Phoenix have been putting up a little bit of a fight, especially taking the first map as Enterprise is picking out onto their own. This is one that they seem even more uncomfortable on compared to that of Lotus. And with the weapons that they're bringing into this one, you're looking at Enterprise to cleanly, or as cleanly as possible, take this one just to bolster them up going into the next couple of rounds, give them their best chance of converting this one.
Smoke out, so it's a bit of a block. And the guided salvos will cause a little bit more chaos as well, but Enterprise showing intent and are doubling down on it as well. B site will be theirs, nothing that can be done about that. What we could see is a 5v5, but Koi Phoenix hoping for maximum damage this one.
And there's nothing for Koi Phoenix in regards to the flank. It's going to be majority of these players coming and flooding out of market, which there's a trip already from Killer's setup. You have one player coming in from backside, and even a Hunter's Fury disrupting the market players.
There was a Hero Vandal available, but it has been put to rest. And I'm just looking to see if, yeah, Pika is nearby to pick it up, but he is low. So simple pickings for Killers, just a bullet to his side will do it. And Olizera, sure, he's flown under the radar here. They haven't quite spotted that he is in this little corner. Could get himself a pick, but doesn't. Killers is able to read it on time, sniff him out. 11-7, Enterprise clean. You expect it to be clean. Enough pistol shenanigans. We've seen many of those on Lotus. Those force buys, those smaller buys causing havoc, but this one is a lot more like you'd expect.
Yeah, nothing too far-fetched for Enterprise. They only lose one. Not too much of reinvestment needed, and you can see now, look at the credits, it's starting to bolster up. You've got a couple of players nearing that 7k mark, and realistically they should be comfortable not only to have the weapons to close this out and just make it as hard as possible for Koi Phoenix in this comeback. They're going to be playing against rifles and operators majority this time. Unless they can do something to disrupt with the ultimates that they have on board. Guardians at cap, it could be a dynamic duo for the retakes.
Again, Yas getting away with an entry. Frontlining with an operator. And he's taken frontline to another level. Look where he's gone. Look where he's traversing. Ooh. I don't know how that wasn't a kill, but still sticks around, still repositions to another corner, and the third shot will do it. This is crazy. Yas is living on a different planet right now.
What's the saying? If at first you don't succeed, try again, and that's exactly what Yas does. Finally, like you said, on the third, gets Zakapa, and that's a free way for them to rotate back
take flight.
Cover going out.
Thirty seconds left.
Let's go!
Line them up! I'm going 10 seconds left. Last player standing. Attackers win.
Lower bracket final falls for the Northeast representatives.
And like you said, it felt as soon as they got onto that attacking side, they just spread their wings and flew themselves into a map 3, because mid was an issue for Movistar Koi Phoenix, and that was something that, sure, you spot an issue and they just exploited it round and round again, and it was Yas on the operator just having a stroll up through mid.
Well, I'm glad we have a series on our hands now. I'm glad we got things 1-1. Both teams having a say in this lower bracket final. Both teams basically saying they want to be BBL Pacific's contender in the grand finals. Enterprise really stepped up here, and Yas kept the tempo going. Let's see what the thoughts are from our analyst desk.
I'm so sad that you guys might have missed out on a bit of that casting, because it was absolutely brilliant towards the end of the map. Either way, what a good map to get things back underway, all right, for Enterprise Esports. Very happy to see them back in the driver's seat. And I mean, well, there was one person who was really in the driver's seat here. I mean, Yash, what a performance this map.
Yeah, such a turnaround for him and for Enterprise to respond in this series, because when you look at the best of 5, I think MadCoy Fenix's best 2 maps, arguably, come right at the start of this veto. It's why we prioritize them, needing to get out of the blocks quickest. Ascend the better record than their Haven, which comes up next. That's another pick of Enterprise, and their chance to go ahead in this one, Twiggy.
I really do think that might be the case coming into this. I think you see on this now that we're kind of off of that first map, which both teams were very happy to go to. Obviously, Enterprise Esports are the ones who picked it, but we know that Movistar Koi Phoenix have the better win rate on that one. So it wasn't a surprise that Koi Phoenix won that map. Just like I don't think it's really a surprise that Enterprise Esports won this one, but now I think we get back underway with, you know, the map picks actually being the team's stronger maps compared to the other team. So for Enterprise Esports, lots more to come for them, and I think for Movistar Koi Phoenix, the mountain gets a little bit steeper. But let's take a look back at that map once again, and I think, you know, obviously we were talking about Yash, so why don't you dive deeper into his control?
Yeah, it's one thing to just say that Yash was popping off, but I think it's important to mention the context and the setup, the system which Enterprise delivered to him to do that. There's immediate priority to build around him having a sniper. That starts with the Outlaw, and we can just go ahead and run through this one. It's a quick double kill, standard stuff, but it begins to get in the minds of Koi Phoenix, and that will continue to develop as this one goes on. This just a highlight piece, right? Simple stuff. Standard procedure for Yash, right? But that's where things have already begun. So Enterprise are plotting course. They're doing well in mid. It's this round where we then start to see them take initiative. So you can already see KO Flash coming in. We've got Doma in mid as well, ready to support with a recon. I'm going to let it play out at full speed. But essentially what it does is it allows for Yash to get that wider peak this time around. He's very well supported. He picks up the second kill. This time it was from catwalk. Now that the conditioning has already been set up, Koi are thinking, okay, we need to find a way to actually strip back some of this mid control. We're not being able to pressure both lanes too effectively when we're trying to execute. So they bring an idea to the table, and what it's going to be is a very standard piece of regenerative utility. It's the breach stun. That's ultimately what you're looking at here. Yash is setting up on the line. It's a jump spot from Zach Kappa, and you can see here the breach stun is ready to come in, and they're going to go ahead and peek him. They go ahead and take that peek, and then I'm going to pause it right here. But look who's joined the party. We've got Doma in position. Oh, sorry. We have Doma in position right here. And that's the second layer which has now been set up. He's one of the top support players that we have. And it's this extra bit of plan creation, the 1-2 punch, which means he gets on an angle where he hasn't been cleared. They try and put some extra utility in there, but he hasn't been dealt with. And that's a real problem now for Koi. They're going to go ahead and try it one more time. This is round 10. This is, you know, the drone coming in to try and clear him out. But at this point, Enterprise have won the war. You're seeing the knife come in, and now from this position, you consider them being able to sort of completely overload B with the amount of numbers that they have through market. Yash is back on the line. He's telling the rest of his team, there's nobody mid, guys. We can focus on B. And as the rest of the round plays out, as you know, it is quite a while ahead of this. I'll just let it play out. He pops off. He had one op kill on on Lotus, and on Ascent he walks away sort of in the double digits at that point.
Yeah, easily. I think you put it well there with a passing comment in that they won the war, right? They lost a few battles. They lost 7 battles, but they did win the war with that one. I think it was just overall good play. Mid-control, we always talk about on Ascent, and I think that's what they got in their defensive half that gave them the setup to be able to win that map as convincingly as they did. We're coming up to Haven now. Map 3, obviously this is a best of 5, guys. This is not a best of 3. It's going to go the distance, and it might get scrappy towards the end with those final 2 maps. It might not be the favorite picks of these 2, but stay tuned because it is going to be a banger matchup no matter what. We got plenty of Valorant left for you guys after the break.
속도가 돈이라면 Benz on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 트면 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐나 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바가게 써니 목소리 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool Ladies night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. We are 2 maps into our best of 5 between Movistar, Koi, Fenix, and Enterprise, and I am jealous of Hazard's good looks, so we're going straight to the agent select on this one. No time to look at his beautiful face.
Yeah, no blue steel, but what we can talk about is the agent select here. Koi Fenix actually get to start out on the defense. One thing I can compliment both teams for is a rock-solid defense, but for Enterprise here, they really struggled yesterday. 13-3 loss to BBL Pacific, but that is their only defeat on their map, on this map so far. Their map pick in this stage, a 7-1 record which they hold against Koi Fenix's 6-3. I mentioned it on the telestrator already, and with the amount of lanes on here, another 3-site map, you have to be looking at dealing with Yash, but not just that, not getting sucked into taking that op fight as well, honestly, because Zach wasn't winning it out. He's either got to double down and commit to it or give it up. It's one of the two.
Yeah, we've seen Yash pop off on this map so many times before. It's about time we see it again, hopefully. Oh, we see, you know, a good close duel between Zach Kappa and Yash. Either way, it's going to be Pavos and Winter to cast it for you.
Well, both teams have a map apiece, and it's looking very, very close. In this moment in time, Yash is just taking over, right? He is completely taken over the server, and now it's time for Koi Fenix to see if they've got what it takes to respond. Things are close, but Haven is the ground in which Enterprise or Koi Fenix will try and find the lead.
You're talking about Yash, you have to also just prompt eyes to be on Olizero. Has been lights out performance on this Killjoy over the last couple of maps. Now has an opportunity on the Cypher, a new map, a new day.
Cage trigger.
A new opportunity to net a map for Koi Fenix into this one. And again, it's this exploration over towards mid for Enterprise. They've been doing it on Ascent, and now, sure, it's on Haven, but it's the same, different map, same story. Oh, Zach.
Oof. He gets completely caught off there. Completely interrupted. And Enterprise have seized control of B entirely, but they try and take over the A site, and that might have just been a mistake. Ooh, oh, dear me. Walking right on to Pika. And now, what do you do if you're Enterprise? What on earth is the plan? Because both players are disjointed, far apart from each other. Sure, you try and group up, and you have site access to get the spike down, but it feels like Yaz has to put the big boy carry pants on.
Yeah, he has an opportunity, has a position that might go overlooked, but if you're Koi Fenix, you know this space has been given up. You have to check it, although Yaz takes the initiative, takes the first. Zeke is now playing into it. Pika and Globex, though, are the safe pair of hands for Koi Fenix.
I'll tell you what, that got scary. That got very, very scary, Summer. It could have gone either way, and the moment you saw Globex actually paranoia his own teammate there, you know, it got a little bit concerning. But you've got to say, it was a little bit of an overcook when it comes to this round. Well, not really an overcook. You know what the plan was, to take over the A site, but Pika held his own really, really well there. Double kill in Suez, and the follow-up in the end. That was massive.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Yeah, and it's something that I was just looking at in the last couple of maps. You mentioned Olizero being lights out and has been a very large separate from the rest of his teams in the last couple of maps, that you need someone else to step up. And Pika might just be the man for the job.
Yeah, maybe that next individual that can step in line and help Koi Fenix a little bit out here. Early stun, and deters EP for a little while, but they are grouping up here, playing this one bunched up together. Olizero finally goes down. Sure, he does a lot of damage, but no collection from him. Spike goes down, 4v4.
Only benefit for Koi is that they aren't able to retrieve that weapon, so it's still going to be classic. As I say that, Please has just put a cage out just so he can get that upgrade, but the health isn't there. Pika and Zach Kappa chiming in with kills, but here's the weapon. It's only good for one.
Taken out.
And Zeke is now left all by himself. Globex, oh, Judge out close to his face. Sure, Enterprise got away with a lot there with just bare classics, but the round is secured without too big of an issue as the Spanish representatives get themselves a pistol and the follow-up.
I think that's 3-1 now. Sorry, 4-1 now for this series. Enterprise, not necessarily the best team on the pistols, but they are really good at making the second rounds costly. Making us believe.
Yeah, they always do that.
But benefit for them this time is because how costly they did make the previous is Kai Phoenix's bonus is looking a little worse for wear than what we're normally used to, right? Oh, I say that.
Yeah. Okay, well, there is a reply. Yash is sticking around. Oh, and he's carrying on the momentum from the previous map. This guy is just unstoppable. Though he is low and needs to respect this effort, you know, getting picked up, handing a Vandal over wouldn't be optimal. And Enterprise, they know they've already boxed Cardi in. Olizero missed a chance onto getting Yas. They couldn't believe his opponent appeared on his screen there. But Spike will be going down either way. Yash is collected. Olizero only gets a shot on his opponent's chest. Other than that, it is clean from this Enterprise's attack. They get guns on the board and secure themselves around.
And I think it is off the heroics again of Yas over towards Long, that triple kill. Especially after the entry from Pika through the smoke. Headshot.
This goes here.
Straight to the dome with that Sheriff. And that's something that these players have been very scary with. We've had Doma from the side of Enterprise pulling out multi-kill clutches with this weapon. Same goes for Pika. You never want to count them out, but it's definitely something to keep in mind. But this round, they have everything. They even have an operator on Zach Kappa, who's again gone towards short, but the fast scale up on Long has put Pika down for the count.
Indeed. And now you've got Zach Kappa locked into his own cloud burst, tries to escape it, but he's completely crunched in, squashed to pieces, and blinking you miss it, Enterprise just take over the entirety of that A site and take no prisoners. It's all down to Globex, and Shorty's sticking around looking to see if he can do damage. I wouldn't have minded a save there. Personally, I wouldn't mind if there was a hero Vandal in the next round, but chooses its best to go down with the ship, and it's a 2-2 score as Enterprise are able to square things up.
And just looking at us as well on Enterprise, that's a free operator for him. Someone who thrives both on attack and defense with this weapon has just been gifted one at his feet. Off the back of Zach Kappa's investment, Yas has an opportunity to flourish, and looking at it, wants to set up over towards C, get an early pick onto the site anchors, anyone who's jump peeking. There's not going to be anyone home. It's a very heavy A stack from Koi, and they get rewarded.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the first kills of every round. They're all just weird.
Weird.
And this time it's a Sheriff through a smoke. I think that's the best way to describe it.
I think we've had a couple of Sheriffs through the smoke as the entries. Just that in itself is a little bit booky.
Well, Killers on a good position to catch Zach Kappa on the rotate, but who's caught off who? Olizero retrieves an operator's shot to the leg and stays alive for a little bit longer, but Enterprise lacking the player slowly. You got to be cautious, especially Doma being low, but he's in the middle of the site. You can't really avoid the action. Oh, that's a little bit rough around the edges for Zeke, but he still keeps things going. Yas in trouble. Oh, he might just have saved the day. That is a ridiculous quick scope, but now he's stunned. Blades out. Guardy no longer on the spike. You know this if you're Yas, and he's just toying with his opponent. Spike on again, but Guardy will win it, and I think he's got time. This is going to be very close. This is going to be down to the wire. The defuse is successful. Koi Phoenix are on top.
And it just comes back to the fact that Yas was like 10 HP, having to jiggle peek onto that angle. Sure, the Blaze Storms helped. And this kill in itself.
Shut up and let me work.
Thrifty.
Unbelievable things from the Enterprise player, but there's still an answer back from Koi Phoenix in that round, which means they have converted, means they've stepped at least one round into the lead. And now the money, still enough for Enterprise to reinvest, but you don't see the investment into that operator now, so that's a little bit less scary, yes, to deal with, but still a scary one on this Vandal. Not one to be trifled with. Talking about trifling, Enterprise have, again, just walked up Garage, no resistance found.
Damn. Well, this time, Yas is keeping things flowing. Catching both players off guard. Spray down from Saki will be accurate. Sure, Pika with a drive-by, but it feels this round's already over. Blink and you miss it, and Yas has taken over the game. And Pika won't have a chance to really break through either. Zach Camper on an island. And he's got a friend. He's got an operator with him. A nice little toy to play with, and he'll want to be playing with it the next round as well. So he's on the run, but Enterprise are also on the chase. All right, we've got a mini game on our hands, Summer. This is the game called Can I Save the Operator? And currently there are 4 players on the lookout.
Because
Zach Kappa.
it's not only the fact that Yas wants to get this as well, but it's also if they can take it off Zach Kappa's hands, that's one less thing to have to deal with going into the next one. It's up close and personal,
Okay.
but you can't double that down onto Achilles.
Indeed, indeed. But the bodies will be the answer for Enterprise, right? Throw enough in there, force your way through the site, and you'll eventually find the player hiding within it. All right, 3-3. Enterprise get back into the game, and again, it feels like Summer. It's off the back of Yas's brilliance.
Yeah, I said he didn't have the operator, so it's a little bit of a less scary Yas, but it's still a scary one. If you can just walk into site and pick up a double entry as easy as that, it's going to be an issue that Kai Phoenix have to deal with.
Well, again, a bit of a struggle on the buy rounds. Koi Phoenix take the moment to chat with Yaba, the coach of the squad. I'm going to see if they can really find the answer through this. It feels like Enterprise keep on finding little gaps that they can exploit.
And it's not even just about the gaps or if they can plug them themselves on the side of Kai Phoenix. Is also what are they going to do into this round in regards to investment, because they do have little glimmers of light, glimmers of hope. You could talk about the hero rifle that's been Zach Kappa's bought into, which is going to mean that there's not realistically going to be operator going into the next. This going and moving away from that game plan, but you also have the Rolling Thunder from Guardian. So there's so many glimmers of hope in this round that you could see overturned and put it back in their favor. But Yas has an outlaw. There's no shields to really speak of from the side of Kai Phoenix. I'm worried.
Night night.
You should be.
Gun here.
Yas on an outlaw is a dangerous Yas. And that's the Yas that also started doing so damn well on Haven to begin with, of all maps.
They've got the rifle
on
though.
Sorry, Lotus.
They have got the rifle. They've managed to recover it. Pika's gone on a search and rescue mission. Any benefit?
But it's not the rifle that's defending C.
But there are bodies.
Okay.
They got numbers. They got a couple of shotguns and smokes we could see come into, and especially with Guardi towards backside, there's a couple of utility to help with. This is the Vandal now coming in towards backside, but again, it's just easily shut down by Yas. That was your main win condition of the round, that hero rifle. You said it wasn't even nearby, but it gets there just in time to get shut down by Yas.
He's just dancing around his opponents right now. First, evasive actions against the stun that caught every single else of the players of Enterprise, and then, you know, gets caught out into the open, use the Cloudburst right above him to, you know, give him some cover, and then just walks straight out of it and ends up getting a double kill. He's just ridiculous. He's on a different planet right now, and Koi Phoenix really struggling to deal with him. I mean, that was a pistol, let's be fair. You know, you don't really expect to win it, but still, it's much more of the same from the previous rounds.
Yeah, it seems like we're stuck on a track that Enterprise are just enjoying right now. Pika spotting out a couple of players over towards A long, but nothing enough to call in all of the support. You have a couple of players floating back over to the east side of the map. But there's no information for Koi to work with. There's no information down towards the shore. You know, the seaside itself is fine. Garage itself is fine. But there's no extra information to work with.
Good avoidance of the stun. Koi Fenix looking to drop in. Pika does receive the information and during that gets a pick as well. Zach Kappa also chiming in. Enterprise all of a sudden aren't the ones getting the first bloods, and Globex has got himself a really interesting position. Potentially could be crunching down on the entire Enterprise side. Starkey up against a very low Zach Kappa and still can't seal the deal. Rolling Thunder expended. It's flushed out at least. But this one way isn't going to give Yash any favors. Pika low, at least there's that. But look at all the players looking in this direction. Look at all the crosshairs lined up towards him. It would truly be a miracle if he gets out of this one for free. Baits the potential rotate, hoping that the bodies will start to move out of position, but they're not taking the bait. They're not biting. Fourth round corrected by Koi Phoenix. This looks much more like it for them.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and they use the Rolling Thunder, but it's also around security. It makes them a little bit more comfortable to stay on towards site and get into those positions that we saw, like you said, so many crosses looking in one position. It's because they have cleared everything out. They have the information as well from Globex that finally pushed down in towards mid, and it's just being that sort of stopping power of they can't exit, they have to carry on to go into A. And we saw 14 seconds left on the clock. They try and brute force their way out, but again, all these players were there, no rotates were needed because there's no pressure anywhere else. And we talked about lack of information in the previous, no pushes anywhere, and it's off the bat. Zach Kappa has walked into window.
He has.
Look at the rotates. 4 players.
They know exactly what's going on.
But there's still 3 players stuck towards C. Pika's the only one who's actually reinforced on site itself.
But they have cut noise. But like you said, the fact that you have Zach Cap on the back line, knowing that no one has dropped back completely. They are scared of the Rolling Thunder, which is why they're positioned so far back, but ready for the flood back in. Pika affected initially. Paranoia. This could be everything. All 3 players could potentially be caught. That's exactly what happens. Yas seizes a chance. He's dropped in together with Starkey. And they've plowed through opposition. Zach Kappa, last player standing, but that is just details at this point. A flawless round from Enterprise, beautifully executed.
Even with all the information, sure, a pocket safe from the ultimate, but it's going to be cleared out anyway. Yas even picks up a kill fully blind, so that, like, Gotti had the utility for them to flood back in, and you even had Zach Kappa starting on towards that flank, draft over the trip, so at least trying to be sneaky about it. But the only issue is, by the time he takes any contact, everyone on site's already fallen. And there's a player to meet him. A little bit of a switch up there coming into this one. You actually have the Cypher setup on A long itself, trying to bolster up this defense, because it's something that Enterprise have been favoring, going into those A long walks and executing straight out onto site. Again, it's a different look for Enterprise into this one.
Indeed. Zach Kappa awaiting for the presence. He spotted out a couple of players, so there is a bit of a drop back. Enterprise reconsidering where they want to head to and reset completely, drop very far back, and potentially an A hit incoming. They'll be walking to Cypher traps. There's a lot of util around, and that is an issue. Cam available.
Also, ultimate from Pika, should anyone hit these trips, will try and go for an early and fast plant. So there's utility to work with for Koi Phoenix.
Enterprise look to break in. Pika shut down first. Starkey with the From the Shadows breaks through the site with ease, and that's when the trips no longer have an effect. When you're able to walk completely past them, teleport, if you will. Ooh, Koi Phoenix have got some answers though. Potential oversteps coming in from Enterprise. At least there's a neural theft available, and that gives and reveals a lot of information. Olizera looking to peek, and Starkey forced off the angles. That Kappa already on the side, dashes through, but the blades aren't really finding their heads. And instead, Enterprise are the ones to hold down their ground. It's Yas and Starkey collectively to seal the deal in the round.
Oh, Starkey just over-delivers tenfold here. He TPs into sight, clears towards Hell, and you can see the idea from Kai Phoenix. You can see the idea from Pika. You know this player is completely isolated. The rest of the hit hasn't come through yet. This was your chance to isolate those 1v1s, deal with the player far back into sight, so when you do eventually go for the retake, you only have to worry about default and around that box. But Starkey not only gets one, gets the second, and then lives to tell the tale to close out the round.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Started the story and ended it. And now, Koi Phoenix are in a really difficult spot economically, right? After that round, running out of guns, running out of funds. And now Enterprise might have the upper hand in this one. Potential collapse from Zach Kappa outside a garage. Oh, and he gets two. Nearly a second, nearly a third rather. But the stun is a deterrence. A rifle hasn't been collected through that process, but Enterprise, they've left a couple in the open that Koi Phoenix could potentially grab further down the line, and Doma has to move onto the B site to get the spike down. He can't keep defending the bodies on the ground. He's not looking at where potentially Koi Phoenix could be crossing. Only one is found. Spike now in his opponent's hands. This round has gone so wrong. But what do? Yas trying to create a little bit of a look of his own. In garage himself, walks Zach Kappa, he's ready. But it doesn't even matter because Yas is so damn quick, so damn spicy with his shots. Globex, less than optimal weapon available, but at close proximity, can still pack the punch.
30 seconds left.
Drops out of the smoke, and Starkey is there to retrieve him. The saving grace of the previous will be that again for this one. 7 now locked in.
Trying to pick the lesser of two evils. Do you peek back into the player you know is already on site? Risk peeking out the smoke over towards garage to try and deal with Yas early on. Instead, picks the peek out onto site and gets spotted by Starkey up and above. And even then, he had Yas coming around to rejoin with his teammate, play it in that 2v1. But you could see that there's glimmers of hope for Kai Phoenix. They have the skill to hit these shots. It's the only issue is Enterprise are doing exactly the same back.
Ooh, that's a good shot from Globex. And it's a bit of a treacherous site that is kind of figured out by Yas. And look at the pressure exerted as well from Killers, keeping two players busy in garage. The moment that they turn their backs, there could be a problem, which they know they need to play aggressive somehow. And that's what Enterprise tried to collapse upon, take advantage of. That is beautifully done, knowing there was a question mark area, an issue position that they needed to take care of. That's exactly what they do.
Hunter's Fury invested. It's the last round and a half. Use it or lose it. Just trying to deny the spike plan as long as possible. Get Zach Kappa in a place that he can start to work, can start to isolate these kills, but it's a 2v4. These players are going to have to go above and beyond.
Yes. Only gets some chip damage across, and Pika doubles up. Thing is, Enterprise have got a lot of damn players to throw at this problem. 8-4 after half-time. A ridiculous step up again on these buy rounds, and it seems to just keep going for the Northeast representatives. We'll be back after a short break, and then the second half will show us who will end up on top on the map. Enterprise looked pretty damn confident on that attacking side when guns were involved. 8-4 was the score, and now the switch of sides is necessary for them to potentially close down Haven. 1-1 apiece in maps in the slower bracket final. This one will see which team will gain the lead.
With the caveat of it being Enterprise's map pick, they have traded the ones before, but now this is an opportunity to set the record straight. Yas is going to be the first point of contact and deals relatively well, good for one. But there's a trade back from the opposition Jet. A little bit of an upgrade for a Sheriff. But still, there's no real positions gained. And now they turn their attentions over towards mid, but that's exactly where Enterprise are waiting.
Indeed. But it's a bit of an A-cross instead for Koi Phoenix. And there's only one defending, but there is a bit of a setup available here for Killers. The fact that Enterprise pushed through mid gives them so much information, and it allows Doma to go and see if he can help Killers in these defensive efforts. He's held back a little bit. Want to see if he could help out with a potential stun. But now makes his move, and it might just be at the right time. 45 seconds in, and Koi Phoenix make their move. Killer stand up, but yet to be tested. They haven't checked his position, and that could be deadly for them. Killer's only good for the one as Olizera finds the sideline and deals with him. This is close, awfully close. 2v2, and two very different positions taken up by the Enterprise players. Look at Zeke go all the way into Suez already. Both players playing in hell. Starkey directly above them. Zeke revealing himself. He just wants to be an obfuscation, a bit of a distraction. Starkey walks in right on time, and now it's down to Globex. What a shot. And now Spike being diffused. Starkey, he's got a smoke, he's hidden within, and off the Spike goes in for the second diffusal. He might be sticking around this time around. No, he does not. Takes a wider angle. Globex caught pants down. Enterprise with the pistol round win.
Zeke with that fast flank over towards Sewers. Thankfully, it was spotted out early on by Olizera's camera that they left onto default. But still not able to really get much off the flank, except more of a distraction for Starkey. Plays mind games with the smoke, sticks it to half, even then taps it again so they know it's half, feels, and puts Movistar Koi players into the pressure situation of he can stick this out. It's only 3 seconds that's needed. Pushes into the smoke and collects the kill.
This time in the 1v1 saga that we have with Zaka Kappa and Yas, it's Zaka Kappa that comes out on top. Redemption time.
Here's a redemption arc, but the only issue is 10 HP, an outlaw in hand, sure, but from the side of Enterprise, 3 players have that full shield, so it just gets increasingly more difficult for him to really get those entry kills and further kills into this round that we're expecting.
Killers pressured. Zach Kappa's low, so confidence hindered. TP from Starkey trying to find a side angle to work with, but he is being pre-fired by the pistols. Doma chimes in, and it's right on time, by the way. Complete overwhelming here from Enterprise. Takeover. The rotate was so damn fast. Koi Phoenix couldn't react on time.
And that's Enterprise up onto 10. And it's looking a lot more dominant, and something that we were expecting possibly being coming into this from the aspect of this is Enterprise's maps, what we were expecting of regards to one-sided dominance, or at least comfortability when we were looking at the previous ones, but they traded maps. So they're at least trying to set the record straight into this one. Still outlaws out for both of the Jets. Not going to get that head-to-head this round, but Zach Kappa is going to take the head off Zeke.
Indeed he does. Zach Kappa is starting to become a treat that keeps on giving. He's found a few in a row here. But, of course, hasn't netted a round win yet, but this is the opportunity to do it. You've got a lot of rifles to support the effort. Starkey with an off angle. No way he brings us out. The Mo and Koi Phoenix could potentially taken over.
Look, the players are already close into sight. Doma and Yasa here.
That's not ready.
And Doma concerned for this quick collapse. Yas hiding his own angle within the cloud burst. And as soon as it deteriorates, he's there to deal onto Olizera. He's so smart the way he maneuvers. Definitely aware of what his opponents are about to do, and the convergence of the rest of the Enterprise squad is there in the nick of time, as always. But Zach Kappa, he'd love to see around till the end. These entries have been spectacular.
They have, but if you can't convert off the back of it, off of Starkey's position up long, sure, the original peek from Zach Kappa comes in, gets the kill onto Zeke, but he doesn't spot out Starkey scaling up just like a little sneaky position into that cubby. Doesn't get drowned out, doesn't even get cleared. They're just not aware of that possibility. And it puts Enterprise into a position where they were able to just flood back out onto site because the numbers were at least semi-favorable. Sure, the weapons weren't there, but you have the numbers, it's a bonus. Just throw bodies at the problem, and yes, just hip firing with the Outlaw up close and personal helps them convert this into a 3-round streak, but also having the context of this is 7 rounds in a row now that Enterprise have managed to put together. The confidence and the momentum is so in favor of this Northeast team that it's going to be a problem for Cryo Phoenix to really break through, and hopefully the timeout gives them some ideas to do so.
This goes here. Yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit destructive, the fact that the half ended 8-4, and Pistol as well as the follow-ups have done so much damage. But it's force after force here for Koi Phoenix. Bit of a desperate measure, but it is desperate times after all. Finally, it is Starkey to put an end to Zach Kappa's domain. Killers? Okay. All right. Well, catches Globex off guard and doesn't get punished off the back of it. Already Koi Phoenix on the back foot.
And you also have the information that Pika was near around in that position. Guardy's likely not too far behind. Olizera was that only real question mark for them, and now they've grouped up as 3. Weapons aren't favoring them. Hopefully they can, like you said, put numbers towards the problem, but Zeke might just be ready for a highlight reel here.
He's just got 1. Damage onto the second. An opportunity to cross onto the side. Dharma, what on earth was that shot? For a moment there, I thought it was a headshot, but no, it was one to just close out Guardy's life, who was already low on HP. Yes. Let's get a little bit overzealous. Oh, a little bit overeager. And dropping the ball in this moment might just give Koi Phoenix a lifeline. 2 points of health remain. Breathe. Olizera, we know you're the man that never gives up.
30 seconds
But you're
left.
up against a world champ right now. You've got 30 seconds to work with. And if you just escape the A site, you might have a chance to get the best opportunity to clutch. He's going all the way around, back into sewers. Killers. Does he expect this? I'm not sure. Surely he may anticipate there's timing involved in this. Oh, dear me. Olizera had a chance, but Killers just won't permit.
Match point.
It was genuinely picture perfect timing for Killers to turn around, to consider the wraparound towards sewers. And Olizera puts his best foot forward into it. And sure, it was only 1 bullet that was needed to take him down, being 2 HP and all. But it's still a 1v3 denied, 12 rounds secured, and a disconnect as well. So we're going to have a little bit of a break before we actually see if round 17 is going to go away with Enterprise, or if Cryo Phoenix actually have an answer back.
Yeah, it looks like Guardy is just disconnected from the server, so by the time he rejoins, we'll I guess wait and see how this happens. But yeah, at least this time rifles are involved for Koi Phoenix, and I think Enterprise, after that round, the fact that things got so close, they kind of gave Olizera a way back in, which it really could have blown up in their faces. Sure, they've got a big margin, but you are dealing against a very dangerous seed. They are a team. They are the #1 seed from Spain, right? And they have already exceeded their expectations in every match they play this tournament. They are not a team to be underestimated, albeit the pace Enterprise have been playing, and in the fashion they've been playing, right? So much confidence. And they haven't really allowed Koi Phoenix to breathe, especially on this half. Nothing has yet to be shown by the Koi Academy. But like we said, anything can happen. Sure, this is the lower bracket final. This is a moment for miracles, right? But yeah.
It does feel similar to Enterprise being this sort of snake, and when it latches around you, it just starts constricting and constricting again. Like we saw in the first map glimpses, we saw some punishes coming through from that, but as we started going through the maps, it feels like the scale is starting to tip a lot more in favor of Enterprise. In the context of they lost the first map, they then relatively dominant first half on Ascent, close it out into that 13-7. And now coming back into their map pick, a 12-4 scoreline. Money an issue for Movistar Koi Phoenix. Like looking at Guardi, is he going to be getting the Vandal dropped over from Zach Kappa, going for the Judge and utilising that Blade Storm? But at the same time, you have a couple of ultimates you can start to work with, building Guardies up. But it's going to be a long road to overtime for Koi Phoenix.
Yep, quite a long way indeed.
Right there.
8 rounds in total. Have they got it in them? Doubting. This is very much an Enterprise game. Very much under control. Continuing the momentum from the previous one and even one-upping it as well. Koi Phoenix have made the decision. They're just jumping into this B site. Let's see if there will be fruits to this. Killers doesn't even have a chance to see the bullet landing on his face. Scardy threw a smoke to be able to land that. Enterprise looking to see if they can convert onto 2 different angles.
This does make it a little bit more awkward though. Look at where Enterprise are coming in from. They barely got any space towards the west side of the map, and Zero wants to fight through it.
Rolling Thunder does come through. Yas delivers on one end, but Pika finds the off angle, and all of a sudden Enterprise are a lot further behind. The picks seem to be going Phoenix's way. And Dome and Zeke, yeah, there's a Judge up close. Sure, there's a recon, but Pika is able to connect as well with his spray. Double headshot for him, not too shabby. Triple kill overall for Pika, but again, a mountain to climb. And I don't think they've yet gotten close to the trail yet.
Yeah, I think they've just gotten out of their car, closed the door, put some water and some snacks in their backpack, because that's what it's going to require. A long, long road, like I said, to overtime. And just talking about Enterprise in that last round, they're so happy now that they've hit in 12 to make crazy gambles. They had 4 players starting A, and then you had Killers playing towards that B lane. Obviously, get shut down very, very quickly with a shot through the smoke. And I think this is where we're going to see a little bit more of Enterprise being a little bit more comfortable to try and close this one out with the lead that they have. Ready to take a couple more risks, especially on a buy like this. You only have Killers with that hero rifle. Duff has enough money to get the operator out in the next.
Okay, well, that was quick. That was very quick. Good Rolling Thunder, not taking any chances. We know how dangerous Doma can be on a Sheriff. We know how dangerous Yas can be on the Blade, so you don't really want to give them any opportunities. So respect to that from Koi Phoenix, albeit a great lead on that defensive side already, getting 4 rounds continuous. It hasn't really netted them a big economical advantage. So Sheriff's drawn and Koi Phoenix looking to take advantage of it. Zeke has found himself a Phantom. But Guardi is nearby. That's a good side swing. It keeps confidence for Koi Phoenix as well, making sure this is as close as possible. Even though their chances are slim in getting themselves this comeback, you don't want to be giving this one away without having a say on the attack.
For sure, and especially, like you mentioned, not wanting to leave anything to chance, and the fact they are utilizing the Rolling Thunder. I mean, should they not and they lose, you get the questions of why didn't we use it? It was only Nico, but Enterprise are on 12. You have not got the opportunity to make those mistakes of underestimating what they can do. And now with Yas back out on the operator.
For a moment there, I thought this could have actually been a high-paced round here from Koi Phoenix, but no, it has been put to a halt. But it's not like Enterprise haven't realized what the game plan is. You can see already all of the players rotating around. 3 players already to the defense. Hunter Fury utilize. Have there been any tags? I'm not sure, but Zach Kappa is able to find Zeke in the process through the madness. Doma sticks around. That's quite flamboyant. Starkey joins in as well, but the Neural Theft will reveal all of the positions, and that is when Koi Phoenix can actually take advantage of the situation. Sight ticking over, and that should be the round as well. A 7th to be collective. Economical unrest here for Enterprise. And little by little, this is suddenly becoming a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more scary.
And with the decisiveness that they were able to execute into that A site, deal with the players that were left around, you even saw when it came down to Doma being pressured backside, all the utility in regards to flashes had already been used. There was nothing that he could use to self-initiate to bolster up the defense that he had. Sure, Starkey was over in the corner playing the pixel within the gap of the cage. But Yas being shut down very nicely with that operator. Same goes for Doma and Starkey on the site itself. Koi Phoenix are starting to tighten up the ship.
They are. Again, 5 more chances, right? And is this... No. Is this a force? It might be. This looks like a half force. I'll just give it a couple of seconds, see what they settle down on regarding the next one. But Yas isn't close to Blades, so bring out the Phantom out of nowhere. Okay, they just want to have 2 hero rifles. Sure.
I mean, for the side of killers, he's going to have money anyway because they're going to be on one of the full loss bonus should they lose this one. So
sure.
It's not too much of an issue, but this might be. Yas is just fully sent it down mid.
I don't mind this now. Stun out. Hunter's Fury coming through as well to try and assist in the situation. Yas is stuck, doesn't really have the dash to his exposal, but he might not even need it. Killers joins in right on time. The 2 players with rifles have completely shown up. Olazera shaking where he stands. No more teammates around. Never question us, Enterprise shouts. Never question us because we are here to make it to the grand final. Sure, 1 more map is required for them to do that, but they're looking like in a form that makes this a very possible endeavor. Summer, that was insane.
Yeah, and we were talking about them using the Rolling Thunder on the previous Eco round. That's why, guys, because even if there's 1 hero rifle or 1 hero Blaze Storm, they can make it work. And aggression met with players just don't know how to react, and that is what closes the map out for, well, Enterprise in that 13-7 fashion.
Indeed it was. Well, we've got some smart people that could break down the action here. That's Twiggy and Hazza. Take it away.
That's a very generous way to refer to us, Pavlos, but here we are indeed. We will try our very best. So I think the main takeaway from that is the scoreline not really indicative of how one-sided I think that map genuinely was. Obviously, towards the end, Movistar Koi Phoenix definitely staging a bit of a comeback, but I don't think it was ever in anybody's minds that it would actually get to 12-12 there. So that the 12-4 scoreline that was on the cards, definitely one to look at there. And I think for Enterprise Esports, some building momentum, and it's very possible now here for Movistar Koi Phoenix that things get very, very scary into this next map, because I think a 3-1 very much on the cards at the moment. You may have to restart. It's okay, guys. It's fine. Lots of tech issues here. Minor ones, though. We're no tech pauses.
Can you hear me?
Pauses.
Am I
can.
Yep, sick. All right, as I was saying, it's that veto conversation that we need to be having here, Twiggy, because I said it at the start. I think Haven was the best map for Enterprise heading into this, the same way that Lotus was Koi Phoenix's best chance to get on the board. So right now, Ascent is literally all the difference in this veto. And as you look further down the line, you can even see here just how much of a difference both duelists are making to their team right now. But to talk about the veto again very quickly, is that Sunset's the next map, and we have not seen it from Koi at all. So we'll lean into that in just a little bit, but then, you know, you've got the final map of Split as well, which is fairly low in the rankings for them from what we've seen so far. It's scary, this position they're in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, let's take a look at, I think, what was very obviously the, driving force of both of those teams there, and Zach and Kappa, Zach and Kappa and Yas on that map, because I think definitely Yas continuing his performance from last map, very much so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see here, Zach is getting, well, just as many first bloods, but at a heavier cost. And that's because Yash, a lot of the time, is continuing to play this operator. It is the building blocks which Enterprise's defender sides have been built upon since this roster started. We know that back in Stage 1, they had very little time to gather themselves together and make an effort to push for playoffs. And the goal for them over this year was always just going to be make those EMEA events, attend them, be there. Sure, they got grouped by BBL Pacific last time, but now you're starting to see him not just individually be confident and a component of this team, but a much more active one in a system that, again, I mentioned, is facilitating him to be a provider, and there's more synergy behind it. You know, there's more depth. It's not just that he's fragging out. They've got a dependable fragger with players behind it that support that.
Yeah, and I think, looking forward towards, we'll assume for just the second that I'm making this kind of connection that Enterprise Esports do make it back to the grand finals. I do think the performance they showed in that series, yes, I mean, it started with a very, very one-sided map, but as they got warmed up into it, similarly to today, you know, things look insane, and Yash can really fight up against the best duelists in the league, such as Comeback from BBL Pacific. So I think looking towards the grand finals, if we do get to that stage over 5 maps, I think Enterprise Esports have a very good chance, and I'm looking forward to seeing if this continues into a map that they're more unfamiliar with, right? Both teams obviously heading towards Sunset are going to be a little less comfortable. We've gone through the 3 maps that these guys really like, and now we're heading on to kind of the back half of these maps, ones that we're less comfortable in. It's going to come down to more that just pure gunplay play style, just making things up on the fly. So yeah, I do think now is when we're really going to get shown what Enterprise Esports will be able to bring into a grand finals. Obviously what Movistar Koi Phoenix will be able to do as well, if they do manage to stage this 3-2 victory.
Yeah, and as I said before, it's testing the quality of your team. It's a third best of 5 for Enterprise, and they have played the maximum amount of maps coming out of the previous couple. We'll touch on that again when we get into our 4th map and potentially final map here as well. But I do want to bring back to that conversation about the callers on both of these teams, Starkey and Pika. For Starkey specifically, it's not just the impact that you're seeing from his calls potentially, but also the way that he's playing, because he has clutch impact. He won 3 clutches over the duration of this series so far, 2 1v2s and a 1v1 that we just saw on Haven, and that has been proving to be really, really valuable. I want to see Pika get in those situations as well, make some plays potentially, because where I have said before, and I'll say it again, that he has found success for Koi Phoenix is in the mid round. I think that's one area that Summer highlighted at the start of the series when they were winning on Lotus, where they were able to take some small wins. The caveat to that, and the one place where Enterprise do then start to go against the grain a little bit, is how those individuals are set up. When you're seeing Yash on the op, things like that, they are very good at knowing when to take their timings, when to find kills and just pick off one player. And my concern, when we're building this bigger conversation about both teams and how they're being led, is that if you lose a player in a key situation and you're Koi Phoenix, then what is plan B? What are you then doing to respond to that? And these are the questions, again, that I'm raising, that Pika is going to have to try and answer. I think they've done a fantastic job to get to this stage in the competition, but now it's crunch time and you have to deliver.
Yeah, for sure. It is getting to that stage now, and obviously moving into our next map of this best of 5. Enterprise Esports have the opportunity to take this one away, head themselves into the grand finals with plenty of time to prepare for that game tomorrow. Movistar Koi Phoenix, the backs are up against the wall. We'll be able to see very shortly if they will be able to do anything about that. Stage a comeback. We know they have the quality to be able to bring it out, but for Enterprise Esports, it is the victory lap here. Let's see if they can take it away after a slightly longer break this time.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 밴 미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들이 꿔 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 좋게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바가게 선이 목소리 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 랠리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or zero 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들을 한 곳으로 모여 잠위 ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려 넣어 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈에 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It might just be the end of this series coming up very shortly. We've been flying through it somehow, despite the fact these have been banger maps so far. Quite close matchup here between Enterprise Esports and Movistar Koi Phoenix. And Sunset is up next. Enterprise Esports, one map away from winning this series. We'll have to wait and see if that happens. They have had good stretches of rounds, but it seems like they've always left the door slightly ajar for Movistar Koi Phoenix, and you do have to wonder if they will take advantage of that at any point at the rest of this series.
Yeah, back-to-back 13-7s for the East representative. The question is, can they do any better than the 13-8 that they registered against Valiant last time they played Sunset? The only time that they've played it. The only footage that we have between both of these teams. Koi have been holding their cards close to their chest, and that's where I bring up the question, you know, how confident are they? Because sure, they picked this one. This was their pick on paper. But between that and Split, where they have a 1-5 record, 2 losses this event for this stage, then it kind of points at the obvious, I think, in terms of where you would be looking to go in map number 4. I'm wondering, yeah, are they quietly confident, or is this just the back end of the veto and where we end up?
Yeah, look, we do know that Movistar Koi Phoenix have that kind of counter-stratting and pre-game kind of things going on. We know that they're a talented team in terms of preparing against the opponents that they are up against. It's just I'm worried now moving into this. We haven't seen it from them yet. You would have thought once it was added to the map pool, maybe we would see some more willingness to play this map if they had, as you say, come up with some way of making it work. We'll see with the Asian select. Obviously, we have not seen anything from these guys yet. I mean, it's standard. This is about what we have seen so far from most teams playing this map. So is this kind of come up with on the spot, or is this part of their strat book? That's the question.
It's a mirror, Twiggy. It's a mirror. And,
it is.
You know, when you look in the mirror, you look back and it's a beautiful sight. And the question is, I'm wondering, for Movistar Koi Phoenix, how exactly is this going to work out for them? Because I think what the players here is, okay, you've gone for a very meta read of the map. You've tried to match Enterprise, knowing what it is likely that they were going to pick into. And if we're talking pound for pound, it's the exact same things I've brought up time after time on this desk. It's the head-to-head between the duelists. It's the calling and how that looks for both teams. I'm again focusing on the mid-round and where it is that a Koi can look to potentially exploit gaps on that Enterprise defense, and where Enterprise are taking their timings and getting proactive.
Yeah, well, this could be it for Movistar Koi Phoenix. It's this, or you get knocked out of the competition here. In 3rd place, it would still be a great result for them, but I'm sure they want a little more out of this one. Let's see if they can get to map 5 with Pavlos and Winter.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Is it going to be Enterprise coming out on top on Sunset and could potentially catapult them into the grand finals against a rematch for BBL Pacific? Or is Koi Phoenix going to bring this to an upset position, right? Are they going to bring this to the final map? Are they going to take us to Split, Summer?
Hey, I mean, Split's not a pretty story for Movistar Koi Phoenix either, but this is what they have to get through first if they even want an opportunity at redemption on that map. And it's something we haven't actually seen from them yet. Koi Phoenix have not played this regionally, or now coming into the inter-region tournaments. Enterprise, similar story, but they at least have one rack on it. So it is less of the preparation, more of adaptation on the fly.
Look at Yas and Starkey lined up together. Do you expect Starkey to also be here? That's the big question. Yas gets caught off, and there is a lazy peek coming in towards Starkey, so he does get netted a double kill. I don't think he was allowed that, but somehow he gets away with stealing. Koi Phoenix already rethinking about where they want to land, with Olizera's lurk in mid potentially being caught out by Killers, who is in towards his left-hand side, walks right past them. Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation. Now you're lacking in players, lacking in space. How do you work this out?
Well, they at least have mids, and also the top bracket that mid provides, and taking down Doma. They know Globex was towards this site, but are they all ready for the wrap around this early?
Oh my god. Lurk on a lurk. On a lurk on a lurk. I don't know what you call this. Lurk squared. Lurk cubed. Either way, it's Globex all by himself. Will he be able to solve this problem? Zeke and Killers, some of the most experienced on the roster, shall not fall today as Enterprise get themselves the pissed around. And it all feels like it was off the back of this moment right here. A bit of a lazy peek coming in from Zach Kappa that allows Starkey to just pop off.
Yeah, and it was the same thing that you said of, oh, they might not expect it here based on the initial duelist falling, and it was sort of a bait and switch. And it honestly worked perfectly, the fact that Yas did not get a single kill, and it just baited them even further into it. Starkey capitalizes. And even when you're looking at the rest of the round, Killers had B on lock and then had mid, and as soon as he got that first initial kill towards top mid, drops back because he knows he's the sole defender of the left side of the map.
Revealing area.
So there's no gaps, realistically, for Enterprise. Sure, they let the spike go down, but Koi Phoenix don't opt for the force. They opt to keep the Classic. So share from Guardi.
Well, Zeke is keeping a close eye on mid, and there is a bit of a crunch potential, given Yas has got the cross line as well. Lovely flash. Self-assisted, really, from Zeke. Oh, a four-piece. That is so damn clean. Zeke, yeah, just pad up the stats, why don't you, against the Pistols?
Heads up.
How dare Yas take that first kill? But,
nice.
Yeah. Very nice cleanup from Zeke, and one away from the ultimate as well. And especially coming into this round, being on the defense is something that should come online, can be something that can really lock down the players of Kai Phoenix when they go for those site hits, especially when you're looking at the initiation capability of Zach Kappa to solo initiate things with the stuns. Instead,
it's not too bad of a bonus either as well from AP, right? You've got yourselves a couple of Bulldogs, 3 Bulldogs actually, 2 Spectres. Could definitely hold your own. Starkey being approached on. He's got a one way, which deters Koi Phoenix for the team meanwhile, but a Paranoia will be a quick response at least to what Koi Phoenix wanted to bring out. So they have been slowed down just a little bit, and a bit of a double back from their initial investment.
Yeah, and that delay that the Paranoia gives has allowed Yas to come over and rotate into support, and he's not stopping. He's continuing to walk. He's really cleared A, knows that there's no one here, and look at the rotates in spawn. Zeke and Starkey are coming to reinforce this B site, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, and nothing for Yas to see.
This is massive.
Maybe an AFK player in spawn?
Is he disconnected?
I believe so.
Oh no, not like this. So already acting off of the disadvantage. And here goes the rest of this round. Koi Phoenix needs something, and they need it desperately. Killer's not quite connecting the shots onto Olizera there. Does give the Spanish first seed a chance, but Olizera is so damn weak, low on health. He at least is able to find 3 kills for the process. Keep things expensive for Enterprise, but 2 Vandal upgrades and the round win for the Northeast representative.
It's just sucks really for Movistar Koi Phoenix that a player does disconnect. I don't know if that was before any damage had been done, but it's a round converted for Enterprise.
Yeah, it's a hard one to call because I don't think damage was done, but a lot of information had been seen. I'm not sure how this works. Honestly, I'm going to wait for the admin team to do the adminning. Yeah, right? We'll wait on the other decision on what it's done here. But I'm assuming the round will stand. I'm assuming, because a lot of time had passed and a lot of information had been taken. So yeah, I get the argument that no damage has been done, because that usually is the rule, but that often happens, you know, in the first few seconds of a game, of a round. So we'll wait and see what the admin team decides on this, and once we receive the verdict. But we also wait for everyone to be joining on the server as well. But this is still a solid start for Enterprise. Even if we assume like this third round is theirs, it's quick, right? You know, the pistols worked out, the bonus worked out pretty solidly. And it was a smart maneuver from Yas to also exert the information out from A as well. He realized that Koi Phoenix dropped noise, so he went for the peak, and as long as he wasn't meeting opposition, he kept on going, he kept on moving, and that gave Enterprise such a clean idea of what the setup looked like for the opposing side, and had so many defenders towards B.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Yas took that extended peek into A main where you normally see the one-way get put up, the rest of the players, Zeke and Starkey, already started rotating, making sure that they were on that B site ready and waiting. Yes, there was a possibility of that mid push and the mid space, but again, they had players that have checked it, so they were able to just bolster up that B site ever so strongly that even should you make the conversation that Pika was there, it was just lambs to the slaughter, straight into crossfire and crossfire and crossfires that Enterprise were able to set up with those 4 players.
Yeah. Well, I'm receiving word there's a bit of a dispute as in this round, which is the reason for this tech pause as well. Like we said, it could go either way. what the call is, right, given the fact that the damage was not really done by that point. So we'll wait to see if this goes in any direction. We will be throwing this one to a break in the meantime, though, until that decision is being made. But so far, so forth. Good start for Enterprise. Pistol and the follow-up is theirs. We'll find out shortly what the verdict is for round number 3.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, y'all, hit them top, let them take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, y'all, hit them top, let them take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slippin' slide like me, no. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bah. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. But I can't keep up. Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo. I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong. Come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree. I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slippin' slide like me, no. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree. I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the
a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when it landed. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when it landed. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We are back to get things going. 3-0 will be the score. It will remain as initially decided, and we are back to continue in this series. Movistar Koi Fenix, a lot to do. They are behind a map in this best of 5, where Enterprise are 1 map away of sealing the deal. They have 3 rounds consecutive and just interrupted their opponent's buy round.
And of course, an extended break. Need to hit the ground running, make sure you're still up to speed, and the fast hit over towards A, or at least the initial bracket control gained. Yes, it's going to be under threat. Can the Sheriffs overwhelm?
That's a big question, but Yas has got a good line here, and he won't be missing that shot anytime soon. He's been on fire the entire day. Definitely one for the highlights. And in the MVP conversation, for sure. He's low here. Shock Dart does bring him down to a very low amount of health, 10 points to be exact. The knowledge error is all that remains. It's a bit unfortunate last game, right? He didn't quite, or at least, yeah, I'd say last game, he hasn't quite gotten to the level that he was at when they were playing up against Focus. I think he was such a big difference maker in that series, right? Such a big reason why Movistar Koi Fenix were able to get the win in the series in the end, right? And knock out Focus altogether from the tournament, but currently not living that same amount of a high.
No, certainly not. But an opportunity for Koi Fenix to get a first round on the board now that we've gone into this full rifles. There's an ultimate available for Olizera, so if they can get a pick, they could start to gain some information of positions with the neural thefts, utilize it into the game plan. But at the moment, the game plan has been for Enterprise is really on point with these rotations.
It's a little bit awkward. Olizera caught before the pressure could be exerted from the Koi Fenix side of things. And now they're sort of on the outside looking in. Will slowly try and take space, but look at Doma take up the cubby angle. He gets caught. Keyless looks to seize the opportunity to chime in, and he's done the right thing as well. Pika's all that remains. Enterprise can play the numbers game, throw the trades in. Pika trying to run around, but you can't really hide. Keyless has got his number dialed in. 5-0 here for Enterprise Esports.
It's gonna be a sour taste in the mouth for Koi Fenix players, and yet another technical pause coming through. But so far, Enterprise have been sort of on point when coming into this map. And sure, you're talking about the reps that Koi Fenix didn't necessarily have any officials on this map in any of the recent times Enterprise have won, so you make the conversation of does that help? But right now, I think there's a clear difference on who is really leading the momentum and just taking control not only of the pace of this game, but also possibly of the whole finals.
Yeah. It repeats trends of the past, right? Where Enterprise, you know, have a slow start in a series and then they start warming up and things become a lot easier from then on out. I feel like that's a lot like the case right now, but at the same time, I don't think we've seen enough of a buy round from Movistar Koi Fenix yet. It's always been early picks for Enterprise, netting them the round win by the end because they just don't make many mistakes after that, don't really give any situations to their opponents that gives them a way back into the round. And yet again, we find ourselves with a less than optimal buy. Sure, it's an eco. Hero Vandal available for Guardi. And potentially a 5-player push towards his left-hand side.
Group up over towards B main. There's not really many ultimates to work with. Again, to this one you were hoping maybe Zach Kappas came online. You could use that as an initiation. But instead it's just full out utility. At least the knife was taking off those trips for now.
Ooh. Weaving in and out of the smoke is a dangerous game. You don't want to be losing the operator anytime soon. Globex trying to make it to the back of the site to catch someone off guard, but doesn't quite happen. At least Koi Fenix get themselves a spike plant. That was part of the deal here. But even though the dinks land with the rifle, it's still a phantom. Therefore, no headshot and kill conversion. And there you go. It's going to be 6-0. Sure, you get yourselves the plant, therefore some money is left, but this is still a very dominating start for the Northeast representative.
Yeah, and even Gotti being put down onto that Bulldog, having tried to bring that force by Phantom hero rifle.
This goes here.
Again, like you said, Phantom just a dink. All players surviving for Enterprise into that one, and that's exactly what they need. Look at the money on the side of Enterprise. Yes, it's a 6-0, but it's also been a relatively strong one. They're keeping so many players alive, whether it's flawless or even just losing 1 or 2. It shows in the money that they've built up. Zeke and Starkey are going to be on max creds. Killers is not too far behind, so they're going to have no issues affording these operators.
Yeah, this is a lot more optimal. A lot of ultimates available here for the Koi Phoenix side. Spotted by the cam. Enterprise sort of know what they're dealing with here, but it's a dangerous game you're playing if you're playing inside of smokes. Look at Globex go. He's already to the boards of backside. That's important. Can he be figured out? Killers. As soon as the smoke fades out, he's there. Brings out the cage to keep him safety as well as a neural theft assists the rest of the team dropping in. It is a complete stomp on the retake. Enterprise don't let their opponents breathe.
Flawless.
And again, it goes back to exactly what I called them on Haven. A snake that just wraps around and just continues constricting, squeezing the life out of the Koi Phoenix players, because we're at the point, sure, off the back of a tech pause after round 3, but after that, you just need to shake it off. But Enterprise, they've stayed locked in throughout it, put another 4 on the board, and that's 7 in a row, 7 near flawless rounds. And conversations for Koi Phoenix, they have 5 ultimates. They haven't got necessarily the weaponry or the shields to back it up, or even full utility for some of these players. It's a ragtag team right now.
Yeah, it's one way to describe it. Well, we haven't been given indication of otherwise. He connects with both players there, by the way. Globex was able to survive because Zach Kappa softened the blow. But not for long. Ah, if he wasn't on the move there, it could have been a third, but oh wait. This is going to catch everyone by surprise. How many are you good for? Oh my words! Yes, that is ridiculous. That just shouldn't be allowed, but it might have just bought enough space for Movistar Koi Phoenix to just move in and make this A site their own. It's still a 1v2, and they haven't discovered where Killers is. He's made the timing, got himself in a corner, and could get away with timing. Guardi spotted, so he knows where 1 is, and he knows that the spike has just been planted. This is an interesting one.
He's lost his timing,
Killers,
though.
that is true. He's being checked on. Oh, Guardi finds him. Headshot connects. 1v2. Entirely doable by the Clutch King himself. Keyless keeps on doing it.
Hey, he might have lost his timing, but it doesn't matter. He even spotted out all information from Koi Phoenix in that round, just a 2v1. And yet, Killers is still able to clutch it out. And again, it's this player that the desk were mentioning at the start of this very series all those hours ago. Keep your eye out for the clutches this Sentinel player can perform. And sure, great loot coming in from Oli Zera. Good for 1, but yeah, it's a little bit awkward.
You can't help but feel that's a little bit of a backbreaker as well. That was entirely Koi Phoenix's round for the taking. There was no doubt about it. They got a break with Olizera getting into the back line. Oh, think about that. But the lost bonus keeps on giving, so another buy brought in. Still 4 ults available. It's crazy to think that these ults are still around.
They haven't had the chance to use them. Enterprise.
But finally used the null command, at least the previous one, right?
Yeah.
Zach Kappa walking right past the one-way, pressuring Starkey's position. He's a little bit stuck, but the paranoia will get him out of dodge. And there is some pressure exerted towards the left side of this entry as well. That's a great paranoia.
What?
That's going to catch Starkey, never mind. Even when blind, very dangerous. Zeke chimes in as well to keep his teammate alive. Flash coming through as well. And Movistar Koi Phoenix are in big time trouble. Big time struggle. Doma drops by. Guardi on an island in the middle of no man's land, but he's able to kick a scream. Some damage through, but 9 is simply history at this point. Enterprise lock it in as if it was never anyone else's.
It's like you're playing against the mum's favorite child, because at the moment there's nothing Enterprise can do wrong in this whole matchup. And not that they're doing many things wrong, but it comes down to situations like we're seeing towards backside, completely paranoid up, completely isolated. Zach Kappa running at you with an ultimate out, and yet you still hit the first headshot. Then your teammate comes out of the smoke, Doma comes out, gets a multi-kill, and there you go, Bob's your uncle, you got 9-0.
It's a bit of a tough one for sure. Timeout definitely required to speak this one through. That's the second one, and it's only the first half, but who can blame them? It's a bit of a unique situation. But look, you know, coming into this series, we knew this would be an underdog story for them. Coming into the playoffs, we knew this would be a bit of an underdog story for them. Yeah, second season in for the majority of players at a Challengers level. Not only did they win their regional league, but make it into playoffs. We already thought that they were already shooting high, right? But taking down Focus, that put them on the radar. That made us pay attention. But this is a little bit more than of what we expected. But for you to hang about with the best, you should be able to do something magnificent. Not many are capable of it, but Enterprise have created a wall that you just have to take down if you want to fight for that grand final spot.
What's worse is, even if you are able to make a comeback against Enterprise on this map, push it to a 5th, you're going into Split, which is probably one of your worst map and one of Enterprise's best.
Ooh, that is a great dagger. 4 players spotted? Doma. That is just ridiculous, man. Not even necessary at this point, but he'll do it anyway. That is not necessary. Starkey taking the peek, getting the information. Yeah, Zach Kappa just keeping players busy here, but Killers wants to have a look at this as well, examine the situation amid, and they keep on getting away with scraps. But it's something, right? Piece by piece, this round is falling into the laps of Enterprise, and double digits looks like a certainty. Zach Kappa with barely any health left on him as well. He's got the spike in front of his eyes, hoping that something could be doable. The shorty push from Yas, a bit of a disrespectful situation, but the shock darts land on his head. And double digits are found by Enterprise with still 2 rounds to spare in the half.
Oh, it's looking pretty dire, isn't it, for the Spanish team? And even Killers just going for a little bit of a wander through mid because they have the confidence, they already have the numbers advantage, and they just want to further press the issue. He can just walk into mid, can get a player who's wanting to hold towards top mid, unaware of the possibility. At least the actions of Killers at the start, and he's even able to double up, and it just seems to be a slippery slope for Kai Phoenix into this one.
Honestly, it's not really the way we wanted it to end as well. I mean, sure, I'm already jumping and skipping some rounds, and it's not over, let's be fair, but we've had some competitive maps, some good back and forth, especially in the first map, but Enterprise, they've gotten into a groove that has made this miserable for their opponents. 2 players already knocked off their feet, destabilized completely. If you're Koi Phoenix here, you hope on a miracle. You hope one of these individuals steps up, gets a double, somehow unlocks this round for you. But again, Enterprise, look at the setup. 3 players ready in the position where their opponents are about to hit. The dagger connects onto 2, so you know there is some presence around. Guardy, can he split them up in 2? Look, there's so much awareness. Enterprise know what they have to do, know the desperate situation their opponents are in, and what type of moves they are going to pull. Spike lands in Zeke's hands. Zach Kappa seeing if he can hold on, but it's just asking too much up against 3, 2 directly in front of him. 11 now secured for Enterprise. 1 round in the half. Can Koi Phoenix at least end things on a positive?
Of what, getting 1 round in the half? Is that the positive? We're reaching for straws right now, Pavlos, because before at 9, maybe 8, oh, it was a dire situation. At 11, it feels sort of like an exit sentence for Movistar Koi Fenix. Not only in this map, in this series, but also in this tournament. And it'd be a bleak ending to the positives we've seen for this team, beating Focus, making it to playoffs.
Ooh, well, at least there's that first blood. Oh, they've left Oma unchecked. Oh dear. Oh dear, Zeke has also joined in. This is a nightmare scenario. This is really tough. Someone pinch Koi Phoenix because they need a wake up. Oh dear me. Pika hoping he can provide the clutch. Top of the charts for his team this map, but it is just simply not enough when Yas is able to converge into the position as well. A flawless half for the Northeast representative. Only 3 rounds away from getting themselves to the grand finals. A potential rematch against BBL Pacific.
One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Yes, this should do.
Enterprise is the only team in the tournament to have gotten a 13-0 so far against UCAM, that was. They are one pistol round away from getting a second 13-0 in the tournament, in a lower bracket final, no less.
Keep them cornered.
Different team, different map, but there's still a possibility for them to make it happen. It'll have to be a flawless pistol for them, and right now they're having a little bit of an exploration towards mid with Doma's drone, but everyone else is towards B main. There's a trip to deal with, but you can kind of shimmy your way under this one.
Looks like Koi Fenix have been able to rotate a lot of the players already close to this. 4 players dedicated to the defense. Enterprise not jumping the gun. There is a smoke that blocks them off, and they completely respect it. A rotation is required. They do push.
But that's a good thing though, right? Because Koi Fenix players had already rotated over. It would have been 5 into 4 on top of the Cypher setup. It's not exactly the most ideal situation, but they know when to pull the plug and they know when to re-explore. But there's an opportunity to re-hit since, well, Koi Fenix have had to equal out the defense a little bit. Globex rejoin Guardi over towards A.
You know the cameras here. Well, both sides know there are cameras available.
Say cheese.
Smoke blocking out one of the entries from where 2 players of Koi Fenix could respond. They're hiding in within it. Yas pre-fires the position. That's first blood. Damage done though. So could be cleanups for Olizera. Finds a headshot of Killis, and all of a sudden this is close. Spike goes down. Koi Fenix on the back foot. Can they make sure they don't get 13-0'd here? Can they answer back? Zach Kappa revealing himself. Is that enough of pressure to allow the rest of the team to walk through? Yes, so clean, so solid, but there's still a player in the cubby that will go unchecked. There's no way you anticipate another player to drop through. The two Koei Phoenix players group up together, want to approach the spike collaboratively, but Zeke chimes in, drops in. Globex will find the same fate as his fallen teammates. 3 maps consecutive for Enterprise, 13 rounds in a row to nothing in the final map, sees them qualify into the grand finals for a potential rematch against BBL Pacific.
And from the same region, they fall to the same team in those 13-0s. It's UCAM and Koi. Enterprise are collecting them from the Spanish League because what a way for Koi to exit this tournament. And in the fashion that they started this series, to close it out in a 13-0 fashion. Analysts, please big brain it. What did Enterprise do to make it so dominant?
Man, look, that is something else from Enterprise Esports. We'll take a closer look at it in just a bit, but let's let them have their moment with that. Just sit with that, right? 13-0 again. They've done it twice now. And at this point, yeah, we kind of, last time we saw that 13-0, we were like, you know, that's a fluke. Well, we weren't to begin with. We were like, they're insane. They're the best Lotus players in the world. But then after a bit, you know, we saw them lose that one, and we were like, okay, you know what? Sometimes it can just happen that you manage to get that 13-0. It's just kind of the stars align. This time around, they were playing with their food.
Yeah, absolutely. Enterprise performed brilliantly on Sunset. I think that's probably, you know, the takeaway here. It's another 13-0, second for them in this tournament, and they've denied a map 5 for the first time in a BO5 of the 3 which they have now played this year as a team, right? It's building out that map pool. It's showing promise on Sunset. But for Koei Phoenix, I think it would be unfair to say that that's a representation of where they're at on that map. Yeah, the bigger conversation being held, and that will continue, is probably about, you know, some of the technical things that happened outside of the game. But the one thing that I will say about that, though, is that when you are a young team, sometimes that can be what sort of unsettles your mental, I suppose. And then it seemed like they just spiraled from that point onwards. So definitely some takeaways to be made from them, lessons to be learned. But hopefully we get to see more of their Sunset in future and a fairer representation of that.
Yeah, I would really like to see that. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second, but for now we have an interview with one of the winners here. Zeke, how are you doing? I mean, last time I talked to you, we were talking about the 13-0 on Lotus, and now I feel like we have to mention that here. Is it just as much of a surprise to you as the last one was?
I mean, this one was a surprise, but after the, I don't know, like 4th round, it wasn't a surprise. I think they lost their mental a little bit because of their DC and the tech pause, you know, and the whole situation that happened there in the tech. So I think they just gave up, you know, and it happens. I don't think it mattered to them this win, because they don't even get points for it, for the Ascension run, and no prize pool either. So it's like, for them it was whatever. They just gave up. They were probably full mad at referees, which is understandable a little bit. But the 13-0 was expected from us, you know, after, like, I think when Killers won the 1v2, I know, guys, this is 13-0. I even said it, you know, in the team speak. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a very strong result for you guys. It's a feel-good win as well on a map which is now adding to the pool that you'll be looking to build out heading into another best of 5 tomorrow against BBL Pacific. I just want to ask you, how are you feeling right now about the map pool that you've got? Because Lotus coming in as that first map, it was your pick. Probably feeling pretty confident there after taking the win against those guys yesterday. Yeah, just talk me through it.
I mean, our Lotus, you know, today was just abysmal. I think we're losing to ourselves, so we are still strong on that map. We don't plan on, like, you know, we are going from the lower bracket. I think BBL has 2 bans against us, you know, and they have some beef with us. They will for sure, like, ban our best maps. Maybe they even ban Lotus because they lost against us in this map. But you know, today I think the first map was like full choke from us. You know, we were like instantly, the vibes were not from the beginning. The vibes were not good. Everything was just not on our level. You know, like we showed on the next 3 maps.
Tui? Well, no, you had a very pressing question that you were telling me about. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. No, Zeke, did you want to say something first?
No, I mean, did I say? Did you guys hear me?
No,
I was talking.
okay,
No,
alright,
I
cool.
feel
Well, no,
I
it's-
finished and you guys give me another one. Hello? Oh my
No.
God.
We were just gonna let you sit there for a bit. You know, we just want to look at your face for a bit. Why not?
Okay. But to business here, though, Zeke, this is a very important question. My final question to you. You've already delivered on your promise of making this playoff game, this grand final. But I want to know, and the people want to know as well, when are we getting the K-pop dance? Because you said you were going to post it on Twitter, and we've not seen it yet.
Ah, shit. Maybe on LAN. Maybe on LAN. No, why I didn't do it. Listen, I actually planned on doing it, and I tried to practice the one that Yinsu posted me in the comments. And I think it was too hard for me. Then I just started, like, I had a lot of IRL stuff to do. So, like, it sounds like an excuse, okay? It's a big excuse. Yeah, it's a big excuse. But, you know, I actually had some stuff to do IRL. I was, like, renovating my apartment and stuff. And honestly, I did a fluke. I always say that I am a man of my words. And this time I didn't promise. I hate you guys for bringing it up to me, because now I feel like a clown. But if you see me on LAN, if we get to Ascension and we're gonna get on LAN, I will maybe hit like some single move, you know, and that's it. But you don't see me dancing. I'm actually like I'm on wheelchair if it comes to dancing.
All right, we'll hold you to that, but I have one more question just before we say goodbye to you for the day, and I'll wait for you for tomorrow. But obviously you're up against BBL Pacific again. The map pool, as you mentioned earlier, is not going to be in your favor. They're going to have that advantage going into it. But is there something that you learned from your last game against them? Obviously a slow start for you in that upper final. What are you going to take into the grand final that's hopefully going to propel you to that victory?
Do not shit our pants. I think that's...
yeah, I mean, that would
not
probably help. I can't imagine...
Not lose a 1v4 against Kruen, you know, the easiest 1v4 for his own life. Like, I don't know, just not do these things, and I think we can win. I think they are insane team, and you know, like, they were better, and I still say that they are better than us, even though they don't like us, they have some beef with us. I can say that I respect their game. I don't respect them maybe as their tweets, you know. I feel like they took what Noma was saying and Starkey very seriously, which is so funny, because we are only doing it like for banter and for, you know, engagement to the game. But I think, you know, we want to win more against them than they want to win against us. So tomorrow, even though we are a little bit handicapped, I think we can pull it off.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Have a good evening, have a good sleep. Congratulations on making it to the grand final once again. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to that grand final.
Thank you, guys.
See you.
Classic Sunday League mentality. We want it more than them. That's all I wanted to hear.
Final whistle, lads. Play to the whistle. And
still 0-0.
And don't shit your pants. That's exactly what they're going to be thinking about.
I can't imagine it would be comfortable playing a best of 5 with that going on. That's they don't get enough breaks to deal with that. They just don't. Anyway, let's take a look back at last series, or the last map. Sorry, I believe you wanted to take a look at round 10.
Yeah, I did want to take a look at this one, and to be honest, Twiggy, it's slim pickings from this one in terms of maps to really break down, because once we got past that third round, it did feel like the point of no return in some senses. And while this is an eco, which I've decided to take a look at here, which, you know, probably isn't the best assessment of Koi Phoenix's strength, it's what I was talking about in terms of mid-round and player positions that are being picked up. This was some nice early control from Koi, taking the orb, but then look at the information here, which was picked up from that knife, which we saw coming in from Zeke there. It's confirmed that there was at least 3 or 4 players in this area, and as soon as that happens, you've got someone hunting for a kill. It's Doma in this situation. He's in mid. He's happy to just be peeking out wide, finds Olazera. From this point onwards, we do see a little bit more of that as the round goes on, right? Of course, Starkey there a little ahead of himself, but from that point, look, Killers is looking for one now as well. Again, it's against pistols, but this is the confidence they were playing with. at this stage in the round. And for Koi, you know, kind of out of options here. Again, as I said, I was probably a bit harsh in terms of the round that I've chosen to replay, but it kind of exercises the point that I mentioned before we started. So that's all I have to say about that round, Twiggy. But I think it's sort of just a microcosm of plenty of things that we saw throughout the day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, look, okay, you look at that one, maybe the last map, you know, scratch it off the kind of record for Movistar, Koi, Phoenix. I'm sure they will want to forget it relatively soon. And obviously, it's up in the air whether or not, you know, those kinds of admin decisions do come down to a lot of fine print and the way the tech was paused. Or anyway, but either way, look, there's a lot to go on. That one's going to be debated forever. Nobody, look, the series was still going in Enterprise's esports failure. It was not an empty victory for them, and I'm sure they will be happy with the way they performed anyway here. So look, let's take a look at what we saw, because we can take a look at the playoff bracket here and see what led us to this point. Here is the full playoff bracket, and I think Enterprise Esports have really been in the driver's seat for this whole time, other than, of course, BBL Pacific, who they will be playing tomorrow in the grand finals. They definitely deserve that second place here, and I'm excited to see if they will turn that second place into a first place.
Yeah, and the big story points coming into tomorrow will obviously be the revenge arc for Enterprise into what is now their third match against BBL Pacific, this time a best of 5, where we've seen the last couple go to deciders. The ramifications really for BBL Pacific, it's what they were talking about, the Pacific poker face, the fact that nothing is really going to phase them until they make that Ascension Grand Final and get promoted as we sort of expect them to. For Enterprise, they've already delivered the club's first inter-regional playoff stage, playoff wins, grand final now, as well, of course, as the champions of the region. It's always going to be about requalifying and picking up those points. And the final detail to make for them there, and final point of note before we wrap up the show, is that if they are able to win tomorrow, they will get 4 Ascension points, which means they go ahead of Focus in the standings. Otherwise, they will have to settle for third place coming into the third stage.
Yeah, well, indeed, those are the stakes as we move into tomorrow. But for today, that is it. Obviously, it could have gone longer. It did not, so we get a nice early evening. We can get ourselves some rest before our exciting grand finals, which really could go to 5 maps from what we've seen between these two teams. We just have to wait and see. I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited. Thank you to everybody for joining us. Thank you, Hazza, for joining me on the desk, and I will miss you tomorrow. Thank you to Pavlos and Winter for the casting, and thank you to production for keeping things under wraps when it was all going a bit wrong in the middle of the day, but we are through, so it's all good. Thank you to chat for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
Just